Well, hello again. I made myself small. Make myself big. That was like the fastest 15 minutes in my life. But I got everything done. Dogs are fed, so they should be happy. Otherwise, they would not. They would be planning their mutiny to come and get me. And Gabby, you're never leaving. Never, ever, ever. But so far, he's the only one that came back. Alrighty, well, if you weren't at the last stream that was like 15 minutes ago, I'm alternate juror. Welcome to my channel. We are going to go forward with day 3. I do till the baby gets here. Of the Jose Ruiz trial. And he and his girlfriend are accused of torturing and beating her 5-year-old daughter Mercedes and causing her death, for lack of a better word. She was, according to what we've seen on the stand so far in day 1, day 2, she was beaten pretty much head to toe, was black and blue, old bruises, new bruises, bruises that, had healed a little bit. And maybe had choked on some food. That's kind of not been clear because his testimony his interview with the cops today, or detectives, sorry, he maintained that he spit that the bananas came out. But then I think when the defense crossed that detective, he said there was still bananas in her throat. So not sure there. Doesn't matter, because just in his interview with the detectives, he was talking about doing CPR like it was nothing, and she'd just start talking again, and then all of a sudden her eyes would roll back in her head and they had to do CPR again, all while not calling 911, not taking her to the emergency room, not doing anything to help this poor child. And I know you all just watched this, but for those that are catching on replay later, the other thing was the neighbor's testimony that we heard, and 2 of those neighbors did call the police. The police came, but the first time one of the neighbors called didn't come. The second time, she doesn't believe. Nothing happened. So not sure what the breakdown was there. I was wondering if they took Jordan, which was the younger sister of Mercedes, or she was older, I think, but they're within the same, they were born 9 months apart. Could have taken her out, showed her to the police, everything's fine, don't know what they're talking about, and the police walk away. Something happened, I don't know. CPS saw her in January of 22. Her death was in February of 22, and CPS did not remove her in January. So, not sure why this took a long time to come to trial finally. It did, but here we are. So, I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't matter why it took so long to get here. It did. Both were charged. The mom took a plea deal. She's facing 45 years, up to 45 years. He's facing life. and she is going to testify, and we will see. I'm not sure if it's all of it, but she is at the end of today's testimony. This day that we're getting ready to start, which is actually yesterday's testimony, she's at the end of that. So you guys are going to see her. And I just about restarted my stream. See what happens. What am I doing? What am I doing? There we go. So obviously I have 0 timestamps on this. So I'm not exactly sure where it's at. And let's hope the sound is good. And their mouths are moving with it. Not against it. Hamilton, I don't know how to take that comment. You think sharp things? Or you like sharp things? Just sent my husband a text. I'm like, I'll talk to you when you get home. I'm just gonna go ahead and we're just gonna keep going. You like sharp things. I figured when you didn't show up today that you might have been on your way to San Antonio, Texas. You're like, I'm gonna find him. Gonna find this man. I know he's in a courtroom. Judge Boyd. Come on. I thought that was Viking cop for a second. There is no sound. I have no idea why there is no sound. There is no sound. Like she was asking people in the courtroom a question. I like how they all take turns. The state does being first chair over there. See, I might have to go get Judge Boyd's feed so we can hear what they're doing. I mean, there is sound I can hear, but there is no sound from them. If we don't get it in a minute, I'm going to go get Roseanne has a cleaner way. Don't be doing the circle of doom. Roseanne has a cleaner way of doing things. Oh, I wish they could move that camera.
All right, everyone, please be seated. State, call your next witness.
State calls Detective Kevin Medoza.
If you raise your right hand for me, please.
Okay, this is going to get on my nerves. It's going to have to stop.
Deal with the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so members of the jury and the court reporter can hear. If you'll state your name for the record.
My name is Kevin Landrum.
All right, state.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Detective. Good morning. Can you please
Find out why.
My name is Kevin Landrum. I'm a detective with the San Antonio Police Department. I work in the night criminal investigation.
All right, we're going to pause you for just a second. I've had you paused. It's not like you're not caught up. I'm not getting any signaled things. Yeah, that's how I feel about my internet sometimes, Mr. Detective.
Division, and I've been there for about 14 years.
What is the night criminal investigation?
We investigate all felony offenses that occur between the hours of 7 at
I'm going to kill it.
night and 5
I mean,
in the morning.
I'm
We
not.
begin the investigation, and then it's passed off to the follow-up unit the following morning.
What are follow-up units?
Follow-up units are the ones that handle the cases and finish the investigation, file cases with the district attorney.
What are your duties as a detective?
My duties are to identify witnesses, evidence, interview witnesses, make sure that all the evidence is processed and collected, and to prepare the reports of what I did.
Did you assist on a case with a defendant by the name of Jose Ruiz?
I did.
How did you assist?
On that day, I was contacted by Detective Nelson, who was the night CID detective handling the incident, and he requested me to assist him in obtaining a search warrant and to execute that search warrant.
What was the search warrant for?
The search warrant was for an apartment that they believed that some things had occurred in.
Do you know the address of that apartment?
I believe it was 13031 Park Crossing, apartment 2501, I believe.
Is that here in San Antonio, Texas?
Yes, it is.
Who did that? Did you know who that apartment belonged to?
No, I did not at the time.
Did you come to learn who that apartment belonged to?
Yes, I came to understand that it was occupied by three persons. That Mr. Ruiz and I believe his
Oh my gosh. It's got to quit.
I want to say one was Jose, and I don't. Was it Ruben? The other one, I believe.
Did you write a report for this case?
I did.
And we're looking at a copy of your report. Help refresh.
Yes, it would.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Okay, nothing else is doing that, so I don't know what's happening. I don't know if it's me or them.
What's
But
been
it's
marked
getting
for
on my nerve.
identification purposes as State's Exhibit 108. Does this appear to be a complete copy of your report?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Please look at this. If you need to refresh your memory, just please don't read directly from
Correct.
it. And I just want to take a look at it. What were the names of the two brothers?
The two names were Ruben Medina and Rocco Medina.
Because that's people just like to argue Hamilton.
Yeah.
They
Yes, I
don't
did.
care who or what they are arguing about.
There was patrol officers there securing the scene, and they had arrived prior to my arrival, and as well as the CSI unit.
What was the condition of the apartment when you got there?
The downstairs was in disarray. It appeared that they were moving in. There were boxes, bags. It appeared that they were in the process of moving.
Did you observe anything that caught your attention when you went through the apartment?
Going through the apartment, there was quite a few what you would call like pee pads, like you would use with a dog on the floor or for persons on a bed. There was.
What was the state of those pee pads?
They were obviously used. They appeared to some have been urinated on. There were dogs in the apartment, so I couldn't say for sure what had, but on some of them, there was one that appeared to have human hair on it and also appeared to have vomit on it.
Were photos taken during the search of this apartment?
Yes, they were.
And was a video taken?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 86. What do you recognize this?
That looks like a CD copy of the video.
The defense attorney, she was drinking Coke yesterday
Is,
too.
An accurate depiction of what was observed. at
Yes,
that
it
time
is.
scene. And
Maybe
how
that's
do
why
you
I
view
can't
this?
sleep
Yes,
at
I
night,
have.
ma'am.
And how do you know this is what you viewed?
My initials and badge number are on the CD.
And like all crime scene videos, does this one lack audio?
Yes.
This time, state what offers State's Exhibit number 86. Yes.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No objection. All right, State's Exhibit number 86 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Granted.
You don't have to celebrate Easter, and I assume you're meaning the religious sense, Gabby, to go to Easter dinner. There's lots of people that don't. They just celebrate it for the Easter bunny. Hamilton. You can still go to dinner.
What are we
That is the doorway, the entrance to the apartment. You see the door number.
Gonna pause here about 14 seconds. And what is in the lower left-hand corner?
There's a ring camera there, and also on top of that refrigerator is some of those pad items.
Continue playing. Does what on the screen, does that match your description that you gave of what the scene looked like?
Yes.
Where's the video currently showing? What room?
That would be what the downstairs living room.
Oh, there's the poor dog. Dogs.
And then what's currently on the screen?
That would be the 2 dogs that were in the apartment. The dining room area.
And from the dining room, where are we heading now in the video?
This would be the kitchen.
Maybe he hadn't moved
Enters
out.
into a utility room.
Confusing.
What's the purpose of filming the refrigerator?
In this instance, with a child case, it's a little neglectful. It's showing food, and that they had adequate food and what was in the refrigerator.
Just to note, I paused it at 1:45. Now, where are we currently seeing right now?
This was a trash receptacle that was in the utility room. There was pee pads, clothing, various things in there that appeared to have vomit and things on them.
And where is the video heading now?
Now it's heading into the bedroom, which would have been the defendant's bedroom.
Okay, I'm going to pause at 2 minutes and 14 seconds. I see an exhibit marker. What is currently being marked?
These items were found in bags. They are hot, cold and hot pads, bruise creams, toothbrushes, petroleum jelly, various items that were purchased for those things.
And where were those bags found?
Those bags were on the bed in the bedroom.
Continue playing. I'm going to pause here at 2:26. What's being shown on the screen right now?
That was a receipt that was in the bag showing the time of the purchase of those items.
And can you read a date and time?
I believe the date on it is February the 7th, 2022 at 3:53 p.m.
Continue playing. Is there another pad visible?
Yes.
Was that real? I don't know enough
Here
about
at
him.
2:44. What's currently being shown?
No.
On the bedspread there, that's what appeared to be a vomit.
And is there anything else being shown?
Yes. If above that, those are bottles of Ensure.
You don't have anywhere to look, but I'm not looking at that.
Go ahead and pause it right here. Does the rest of this video show anything of note?
Not that I recall, no.
You also stated there was pictures, correct?
Correct.
Approach and show you what's been marked as state's exhibits 87 through 91. If you could flip through these. And do you recognize what's in these photographs?
Yes, correct. Those are photos of things we just viewed on the video.
And are they a true and accurate description of the crime scene as it appeared?
Yes, they are.
We would offer state exhibits 87 through 91 evidence.
No objection, Your Honor. State's exhibits 87 through 91 are admitted without
Permission to
objection.
publish?
Granted.
This needs to stop doing that.
Showing you it's been marked and admitted as state's exhibit number 91. What is this photograph of?
It is a photograph of a mini fridge that was in the living room. There was a Ring camera as well as some of those pee pads that appeared to have vomit and had what appeared to be human hair in it.
As part of your duties that night, were these marked items, was that all collected into evidence?
Yes, it was.
Did you have any further duties to perform with this case?
No, I did not.
Was this the extent of your involvement?
Yes, once I completed this, I completed my supplement report and that ended my involvement in the case.
You can pass the witness.
Defense.
Good morning, sir. My name is Teresa Connolly.
Good morning.
Thank you. There's one thing that has been in my brain since I began on this case, and that is why you did go into the water heater, didn't you? Take apart the water heater
No, I did not.
at this apartment?
That's,
No, I did not.
Do you know if anybody did?
No, I
I
did not.
think that is their feed, honestly.
Exactly like that when you left it,
Exactly like what?
like we saw in the video,
Yes.
right? And there was no picture of the water heater taken.
Not that I recall, no.
Thank you. And there were no children that resided there, to the best of your knowledge. Is that correct?
I have no idea if children resided there.
Well, in the beginning, you said that there were 3 people. Do you have any knowledge that there were children living there?
No.
Thank you. And there are several pictures of vomit, excuse my grossness, but was any of it analyzed? Any DNA taken?
No.
I'm sure that it was. That was not.
Not
What?
that you know.
I did not take care of that. So
Things I never thought I'd hear her say.
Witness excused or subject to
Excuse my grossness.
Excuse from the defense.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. Only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state or the defense. You do not watch anything regarding this case.
yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
State, call
hopefully
your next witness.
those pauses go away.
Yes, Your Honor, what we call Detective Justin Knox. Maybe owner?
Yes.
Because I know it's usually me. But nothing else is giving me any other issues. So I do think it's channel 12 if they don't quit it. I just want to make sure there's no more. Well, she's just now getting up there. I just want to make sure there's no more video, because if there's any more video, I'll go to Judge Boyd's feed. Well, he's a detective for sure. I won't, as long as you guys are good with the, I can't help the little pauses. They're getting on my nerves, though. He is Viking Cop's cousin, ginger cousin. Mine too. She's just as white as she ever was. I think there's 2 really white uh, state attorneys, prosecutors, whatever they're called. Yes. Oh, what's happening? I wondered where you were, Chrissy. Chrissy really likes Viking Cop. Really likes Viking Cop. Wonder what's happening. Oh no, that would be me. Boy. How long?
All right, please be seated. You are still under oath,
Nothing. This is
but
the-
restate your name for the record, please.
My name is Detective Justin Knox, San Antonio
Hey.
Police Department.
State.
Good morning, Detective Knox.
Good morning.
there was more video of his apartment, and then this is only the second witness, so you didn't miss anything.
About 18 years.
Except this.
Prior to joining the department, did you have any
Spinning circle.
Yes, I have a associate's degree in computer science with a specifics in graphics and simulation.
And where did you receive those from?
Texas State Technical College.
How are you, or I guess, what is your current role within the San Antonio Police Department?
My current role is I'm a detective, and I am in the digital forensics unit. Within that unit, I am assigned to the United States Secret Service Electronic Crimes Task Force, where my primary goal is to gather and preserve digital evidence for investigators of the San Antonio Police Department.
Were you provided well, to clarify, when you say digital evidence, what does that include?
Anything found at a crime scene that may be a cell phone, a tablet, a computer, a flash drive, storage, anything digital, anything that may contain data that may be useful in their investigation.
And does that include cell phones?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have persons with us?
Yes.
If they say blue suit jacket today, they're going to have to get more specific because they both have blue on.
Yeah, I concur with the defense.
In defense, you can move about the well with the state.
I am handing you a number of exhibits at the moment. Let's see. First, we have State's Exhibit number 92 for identification purposes only at this point. And inside, there is 92A and 92B. I'm also handing you
I'm gonna need 93 through 97. Is it?
'93 to no. Okay, that's me. I know when I have a problem. She's like 93 to 97.
Okay.
Like we can't
93
say.
through, I'm sorry,
Say
93,
hear what
94,
she's
95.
saying.
What are those exhibits?
When I had the cell phone for examination, I took a picture of the front of the cell phone, back of the cell phone, and the SIM card that was inside the cell phone
Where did you receive this cell phone?
at my office.
How did you receive
Oh,
this cell phone?
from the investigator that was investigating this case with a warrant and an intake form.
Was that Detective Size?
Yes,
Was this a case involving the defendant Jose Ruiz?
I believe so.
Was this a fair and accurate depiction of the cell phone as you received it?
Yes,
And what about Exhibit 95? What is that?
that is the SIM card.
Okay, and it's, did you have to do anything to the phone to take a picture of that?
So it's held within a little tray inside the phone, so I remove it, pull the tray out, pull the card out.
And this was a fair and accurate depiction of the SIM card that came from this phone.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer States Exhibit 93, 94, 95. Defense.
Weren't you just up there?
Yeah, objection as to relevance.
Yesterday's. It started on Tuesday. We started on Wednesday.
Okay, so as it relates to this cell phone that you did the extraction for, what is States Exhibit 92, which includes 92A and 92B?
92A and 92B is my report of all the data or data that came out of the cell phone.
Okay. And what kind of data can be extracted from a cell phone?
Lots of data, anything that you would find in a cell phone: call logs, text messages, videos, images, application usage, location data, anything that you would generally find on a cell phone.
I'm also gonna hand you States Exhibit 81 for right now. Now, what is the program that you use to download a phone?
We use a program from a company called Celebrite. There's actually two programs through the entire process of the extraction. The first program we use, there's a couple of them, either Celebrite's UFED 4 PC or Celebrite Premium. What we do with that software is we plug the cell phone into that software. It's a hardware device that has software with it. We plug it in, it communicates with the phone, and it will extract the data. Once the data is extracted, I take that data to another software called Celebrite Physical Analyzer, and that will decode all of that data and put it into a report that's usable and readable. It gives us all those text messages and images and things like that. So I use two different programs, just the acquisition and then the parsing and decoding of the data.
How long does it take to download a cell phone?
It entirely depends on the size, how big the phone is, how many images are on there. It could take 30 minutes to a couple hours.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to republish just a portion of States Exhibit number 76.
All right, and States Exhibit number 76 that has been previously admitted.
Yes.
All right. Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, I object.
All right, that would be overruled.
I object. Well, I'll be overruled, so I don't even need to know your reason.
I'm going to pause it just for a moment before we get too far ahead of ourselves with this. When you print off that report themselves, right? When you do the download,
Yes.
is there certain device information that you can look at to find out potential owners or any kind of identifiers?
Yes. So it will download the device's unique ID. It will have the phone number attached to it, SIM cards there. It could have their Apple ID if it's an iPhone, the emails, things like that.
And what type of phone?
This is an iPhone.
Holy cow! Who is that?
I don't have any kids in mind. What's your deal with this? What's a good home address for you? 4618 Pencil, that's cool. 4618 And like pencil, hands up, and then RD, that's, talk to them. Where's that at? Right down the Monkey side, right behind Eagle Stadium Road. Do you have a job right now? Yeah, just cut grass, right? Cut grass. Do you have your cell phone? 210. Well, I don't have my phone. So. Yeah, but you'll get it back though, right? I don't know. What was the number you used the last time? 612 1169. How long you had that phone? And then, how old are you right now? 25. Okay.
Okay. I just stopped about 1 minute and 58 seconds into the state's exhibit number 76. Now, Detective Knox, you just heard Jose Ruiz testify in his statement say that his phone number was 210-612-1169. Is that the same number associated with that download?
Can I look through it?
Yes.
Don't call it, please. And if you do, don't tell them where you
Yes.
got the number.
And are you able to tell how long the phone has been active? Or when it was first initiated?
It will give you in this report, will give you last time it was factory reset,
Okay. When was that?
9/25/2021.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first. What did you say that the 925 days?
The report indicates that the phone was factory reset.
Okay. So if it was factory reset, it was probably being used before then as well.
It's possible.
You also heard in that statement, Jose Ruiz say you had it for, quote, a minute. That's slang, right?
Generally, yes.
And what does that generally mean?
Just a very short period of time.
I'm telling you, Hamilton, you better make it stop. I'm going to Judge Boyd.
Okay. Now, actually, I don't really need to stand. Can you step out? Now, on that report, is it organized in any way?
Yes. It gives the device information, and then in this particular report, it includes everything that was tagged.
Is the device given a name in the system?
No, I can't put them up at the same time. In Hampton, I said, you better make the spinny circle stop or I'm going to go to Judge Boyd's feed.
So the device name is Jose's phone.
It'll drive everybody away.
Now, when it preserves the images in the phone, is there a way for you to compare the printed report to images and see that they are the same?
Yes.
Okay. Were you also able to look at this download on a computer before coming to court?
Yes.
Try not to laugh.
When it preserves images, is there any kind of, I believe the term is metadata attached to an image?
So metadata is data about data. So metadata attached to images generally will be the type of camera used, its resolution, the phone, if it was used by phone, what version of the phone. So it's just data about that image.
Now, I did hand you a stack of exhibits. I do, at this time, I ask that you keep them to yourself.
Okay.
They are not in evidence. However, I'm going to ask you to look at these and compare it to the report and see if the images that are marked of a certain exhibit were present in the download. So if you can maybe keep it, there you go.
Would you mind like going number by number or something like?
I'm going to do it. I'm going to go it. Okay. Do you have state's exhibit number 96 up there?
Yes. Okay, give me.
You located it in the stack of photos.
In the stack of photos, yes.
Okay. Is that an image that you found located in the cell phone download?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you able to refer to the report and tell us what the metadata indicates was the date and time that was taken?
States Exhibit 96 on the phone shows that it was created on 1/21/2022 at 5:20 p.m.
Okay. Now going to States Exhibit 97.
That image from the phone indicates that it was created on 1/21/2022 at 4:44 p.m.
What time did you say, sir? I didn't hear you.
That image was created on 1/21/2022 at 4:44 p.m. Actually, if we can go back, the seconds are always also included. On States Exhibit number 96, that was 42 seconds, 5:20, 42. I don't know if you want to get that.
Oh, it was 5:20 and 42 seconds?
Yes, and the second one is 4:44 and 18 seconds.
Okay, I'm not worried about the seconds.
Okay. And I won't include them in the next one either.
It both PM, correct?
Correct, both are PM.
I guess maybe your voice trails a little or the microphone's not that. So
Well,
I
it-
appreciate it. Thank
okay.
you.
I'll speak louder, I'm sorry.
I know the jury needs to hear you too so much. They're trained here, but thank you.
Oh, she just told her to use the mic. You all speak into the microphone.
All right, state proceed.
Okay, moving on to States Exhibit 98. Did you find that in the download?
Yes.
And what, according to the metadata, what date and time was that created?
1/22/2022.
Up, Gabby,
11:39
ran out.
a.m.
Okay.
I have a feeling we're about to get to
Moving on to States Exhibit 99.
Kung Fu testifying again.
I found that image. It is 1/25/2022 at 2:02 a.m.
Keep kicking.
Okay. Now, moving on to States Exhibit 101.
That image was created 2/2/22 at 9:20 p.m.
Maybe in your state, Gabby, not in mine.
Moving on to States Exhibit number 102.
That image was created on 2/4/2022, 12:20.
Going on to States Exhibit 103.
It is a 2/4/20.
States Exhibit 104.
1/29/2022 at 7:21 a.m.
States Exhibit 106. I know these are starting to go a little out of order.
Two 5/2022, 9:08 p.m.
9:08 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. Now, for the next images, States Exhibit number 81. It is contained in the giant yellow envelope.
That's the,
I apologize. Just one moment.
here it is. It's on this. It's in this pack.
Oh, it wasn't.
Makes sense the detective found it. Right?
Okay, States Exhibit 81. Do you see that in the download?
Yes.
When was that created?
1/31/2022 at 7:27 a.m.
Now, States Exhibit 107. you see that in the download?
Yes,
What-
it is.
when was that?
Exhibit 107 was created 1/31/2022 at 7:28 a.m.
So 1 minute after State's Exhibit 81.
Yes.
All right, now, is State's Exhibit 109 up there?
Yes.
Are you able to see that one in the download?
That image was created, Exhibit 109 was created 2/5/2022 at 8:05 a.m.
Now I'm going to bring you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 108.
Even the computer's bored.
Have you viewed this disc?
Yes.
Okay, and are those your initials on the disc?
Yes.
Have you also viewed videos on your computer that were part of this download?
Yes.
Are the videos that you viewed in State's Exhibit number 108 the same files that were in the download of Jose Ruiz?
Yes.
And how many files were there?
3.
And are you able to tell when those videos were made?
I thought so too, and I was like, got him on, but got who? Him or him? I assume Jose, but she looked like she was
The
in it
first
to him.
video was created 1/21/2022 at 6:28 p.m.
AM or PM?
p.m.
6:28 PM.
Correct.
Okay.
The second video was created 1/21/2022 at 6:48 p.m.
Well, if he has video of what he
The third
did,
video
this-
was created
this is something.
1/21/2022 at 6:54.
But this would be prior to that day, be January. I mean, we don't. I don't want to see them, but we wouldn't see them. Surely, he would be stupid enough to put something like that on his phone.
Okay. Detective Knox, no, we went over the exhibits that.
Yeah, they do.
brought to your attention.
Hamilton.
But is that the entirety of everything that was in the phone?
No.
Of course not.
What other kind of information is present in that, in State's Exhibit 92?
This report contains tags from the full report, and it tags application usage logs, call logs, instant messages, user accounts, audio files, images, videos, and external camera media, which was the photos I took.
Does the cell phone program allow you to manipulate data in any way?
No.
So everything that is in that report that has been created is in that report as it came from Jose Ruiz's phone.
Correct.
I'll pass it.
Detective, the extent
extent of your formal education is an associate's degree, technical degree, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're in charge, you have been trained as and certified in the administration of the cell life program, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you're not a developer of that software, or are you?
No, ma'am.
And if we ask, and I don't know anything about the software either, as much as you do, correct? I mean, I have no knowledge of the software, and you wouldn't be able to recreate the software program yourself, correct?
No.
And so the extent of what you're talking about when you administer the cell byte extraction is basically, I mean, putting plugging a device in and extracting it to another device.
Correct.
And after you extract it to the other device, I guess you download and print or whatever.
Yes.
Okay. And so you have, of course, you have no knowledge of who created any image on this phone, correct?
Correct.
I mean, you can say that phone number may be associated with this person, but you can't tell this jury who possessed that phone at any particular time, correct?
Correct.
I mean, there's no fingerprint linking the photo, that you can't, there's no way for you to track it, correct?
I can't say who took the photo on the phone.
Okay. You can say, based on the extraction and the data that it produced, based on that information, that's the information you can relay to us, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if I told you I could go on Google and find out how to reset metadata, would you say, yeah, you're right?
Metadata can be reset. Yes.
Okay. And your extraction, is that based on internal settings of the phone?
In what
I
way?
mean, like when you give timestamps here, that time is connected to what? Some internal clock in the phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And those kinds of things are things that are capable of being reset, correct?
Yes.
In fact, the phone had a factory reset in September.
Yes.
Correct?
I believe so.
Which means it could have been resold, perhaps?
I can't
mean,
say.
Resale, I mean, a lot of reasons why there's a reset, correct?
Yes.
And like, for example, what happens to a cell phone when you go on airplane mode?
It stops communicating with stops sending signals and receiving any signals to cell phone towers.
And you would agree that, say, if a phone is on airplane mode, it affects the information, it's not communicating with any cell phone towers, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you're not telling this jury about any kind of geolocation kind of stuff, right?
Correct.
I mean, you're not telling this jury where that cell phone was located when a particular image was produced.
No.
And you don't have any way to authenticate a particular image, do you?
In what way?
Well, all you can say is that, like, for example, what you just told us right now, this, I see that this image here matches this image in the report, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you can't say anything about that image as to how it was created. You can't say how, right? You can just say what appears on the phone and what then gets translated into your report.
I can say, depending on where the image is located in the phone, if it came, what app it came from, if it was taken with the cell phone camera. There's some data related to the picture.
to the production.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's talk about apps. So the cell phone, I mean, we all know cell phones these days can live just on our cell phones. You would agree with that?
Yes.
And the information contained in cell phones is contained in many places on the cell phone, correct?
Yes.
So you have cell phone logs and text message logs. Are those saved in different places on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And photographs, are those saved in different places on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. So when when I talk about different places on the phone and photographs, we're talking about photographs that can be taken directly by your cell phone, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just and then there's other content that gets created through apps like Snapchat
Yes.
or Instagram. So let's say Instagram, you upload a photo to Instagram from your phone. Now, does that now get saved in more than one place, correct?
Yes.
And it would also have different timestamps as to when they were saved.
The timestamp, the created timestamp, specifies when it was created on the file system of the phone.
Okay, so if it was created on the phone, but if it came from a different place, it would. If someone sends you an image through an app, it still gets saved somewhere on the phone, correct?
Correct. And it will have that created timestamp.
Okay, so an incoming image from someone else would also get an internal timestamp, particular phone,
Correct.
but not with regard to the creation of the image. I mean, it gets confusing. Would you agree?
It can be.
And in this day and age, we have a lot of data coming into our phones, correct?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes. Various sources. Yes.
from various sources, right? Including direct calls, direct text messages, correct?
Yes.
And then through various kinds of apps.
Correct.
And would you be able, is this the only cell phone you examined in connection to this case?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. So was anybody brought another, no other cell phones to compare to this cell phone, correct?
I can't speak on anybody else. I can just tell you that I believe this is the only cell phone I examined.
Okay, okay. Well, you can tell us that you didn't take this report and compare it to any other report generated by another device, correct?
No.
And you don't know Mr. Ruiz.
I do not.
You never met him before.
I have not.
You have no way of being able to tell this jury if he was even present when a particular thing was created.
I would not.
We hear a lot about artificial intelligence these days, correct?
Oh, she's not.
All the rules.
Yes.
And that's kind of a complicated thing, correct?
In what way?
Is it easy to recreate artificial intelligence? I mean, yeah. Is it artificial images?
I don't.
Well, okay, I'm sorry for the confusion of the question. Let me say this, or ask it this way. In terms of the images you take from the cell phone and extract, and then generate a report, you're not able to say if it's an anime or a cartoon or an authentic image or an artificially generated image, correct?
I am just stating in my report that that is an image that came from the phone.
Okay. So if a screenshot comes
screenshot is saved as a photo into the phone.
Okay.
Yes.
And phones are locked with some kind of security code or access PIN or password, correct?
This particular phone has the ability to use Face ID or PIN code.
Okay, so how'd you get in the phone?
The PIN code was provided.
Okay,
I thought he was going to give it.
the phone was provided, you don't know, who gave you this phone?
Detective size.
Okay.
Lady, your questioning has gone nowhere. Kind of like the spinning circle.
The cell phone extraction gives us, it extracts the internal data from that phone, correct?
Yes.
So it doesn't extract.
My goodness.
The emails, do you say emails are captured there?
If there are emails on the phone, this particular extraction would get emails.
Okay, so it has access to the cloud. Your program can extract what's on my, for example, my email communications.
This extraction will not extract from the cloud.
Okay,
It's only contents on the phone.
okay. I passed the witness at this time.
Detective Knox, how are you able to tell if a picture is taken by the phone or sent to them?
Just by the location of where the picture resides.
Okay. For instance, can you look at State's Exhibit, let's say, 97?
I'm hoping this will help. The screen looked funny.
You previously testified that it was created on January 21st, 2022 at 4:44 p.m. Are you able to tell if that was one that was taken by the phone or if it was sent?
This one appears to be taken by the phone because it exists within the DCIM folder, which is the digital computer image. Any image that's located there usually is stored on the camera roll.
Okay. Can you check, let's see, State's Exhibit 106, which you previously testified was created on February the 5th of 2022 at 9:08 p.m.
I reclipped it and I shouldn't have. Okay. Could you just clarify what state's exhibit that was?
106. But you know what? Just to alleviate any possible doubt, let's just go through it.
It seems better now, though.
106 on 120.
There's something weird about the screen.
Yeah, that's, I'm gonna have to go through.
All right, excuse me. Y'all are getting conversational and whispering, and the court reporter cannot take that down.
I apologize.
If I may, I'm gonna just step up so I can be
Yes.
sure of here.
And attorneys, you have the court's permission to move about the well. Ms. Attorney, if you'd like to move where they are, you will not do so.
Okay.
Okay, so So let's start States Exhibit 96 from January 21st, 2022 at 5:20 p.m.,
Okay. That is also located in the DCIM folder.
which means the user of the phone took that picture.
Yes.
DC, what, I'm sorry.
DCIM stands for digital computer image.
DCIM.
Correct.
Do you mind repeating your answer, sir?
Yes. So when an image is located there, it's stored within the camera roll, and it generally indicates that it was taken by the phone.
And you previously testified 97 was taken by the phone. So let's go to States Exhibit 98 on January 22nd at 11:39 p.m. 11:39 a.m.
Also located in the same folder.
So it was taken by the phone.
Yes.
States Exhibit 99, January 25th, 2022 at 2:02 a.m.
Located in the same folder.
Also taken by the phone.
Yes.
101, February 2nd, 2022. Was that?
This is where it gets out of order. So I'm gonna.
Yeah.
The same folder again.
Okay, so it's taken by the
Yes.
phone.
Taken by the phone.
States Exhibit 102, February 4th, 2022.
Located in the same folder, taken by that phone.
Okay. States Exhibit 103, February 4th, 2022.
Located in the same folder, so it's taken by that phone.
Okay. States Exhibit, I'll go to States Exhibit 106, which is February 5th, 2022.
Located in that folder, taken by that phone.
Okay. Now let's go back to States Exhibit 104, which was on January 29th. Is there something different about this image?
That one looks to be a screenshot
Okay, how can you tell it's a screenshot?
because there's parts of the image that there's an overlay on the image.
Okay, and what is a screenshot?
If you're looking at your phone, you can press certain buttons and it will capture in the image of the screen.
Are you familiar with the Ring camera system?
A little bit.
Okay. Do they have are you aware if Ring users have a cloud that they attach the data to?
Yes.
As in, they do have a cloud?
Yes, there's a monthly fee that you can subscribe to.
So to view image from a Ring camera, would that image be stored on the phone or would it be outside of the screen?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Okay, you said there's a monthly fee to store your Ring camera footage up in a cloud, a digital atmosphere, if you will.
Yes.
And when you have a phone, like the phone you downloaded, and you are viewing information from the Ring cloud, is that information going to be stored in the phone?
Your Honor, I object to leading the witness.
That would be overruled.
I'm not entirely sure exactly how the Ring app works, so I can't tell you that if it is stored on the phone as you view it from the cloud or not.
Did you see any? I'll retract that question. If that were the case, and a screenshot was taken, would that be a way to preserve information from an image that would have otherwise been in the cloud?
Yeah, anything you take as a screenshot of your phone will stay within your phone.
Yes.
I don't know what she was doing, Hamilton. Because she just went back. So there was a podium with a mic there, so she ran away when heard the question.
The camera roll, the fact that certain items are located in a certain camera roll folder, does not give you any external information as to who took the image, correct?
No,
Or who possessed the phone when the image was taken.
no, I don't know. I can't tell you that.
You don't know anything that was going on externally with the phone, only what was internally extracted.
Yes, exactly. I know what the report is telling me.
Okay, okay. And again, you would agree that it's possible to reset the internal time clock of a cell phone, correct?
You can modify that, Ada. Yes.
I'll pass it.
No further questions.
Oh my
This witness
goodness.
excused the subject
Yes.
of recall.
No.
Excuses.
All right,
Thank
the rule has
you.
been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of the defense, and you're not allowed to do anything about the case.
All right,
Thank
run.
you.
Get out.
State, who's your next witness? Yes, who's your next witness?
Katrina Mendoza.
All right, so is there a reason for this approaching? We'll bring her in.
We would ask that she be brought in outside the presence of the jury.
And her attorney.
And her attorney is present. He's present. Oh, he is.
All
Oh,
right, defense. Defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any objection to the
Defense.
next witness being
Defense.
brought out outside the presence of the jury?
Actually, defense, not defense. That's a sports team thingy.
I really don't know why, Your Honor.
Yes, yeah, we object.
I'm sorry, do you object?
Yes.
All right, call your next witness.
Okay, good. And then housekeeping matters. Can I have 5 minutes? I need discussion. Please.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Defense request too.
ladies and gentlemen, are you okay with taking a break and then taking this witness up? And I'll give you a 10-minute break and then we'll take this witness up. Are you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
All right, please remember my previous instructions and we'll bring you back in 10 minutes.
All right, for the jury.
I like, she's like, any objection? And that woman just starts rambling, and the other woman's like, yes, we object. Actually, I don't know who this is. If they're, I know, well, I don't know. I would assume that when the ex-girlfriend comes up, that the mom of Mercedes, that she will have her attorney with her, just like Kayla Montgomery did in her trial in Adam Montgomery's trial when she testified. So I don't know who it is. Well, and I feel sorry for the Amish man. They make some great baked goods. I think she had to go jury, because they fell asleep during that last witness. Hello, jury. Wake up. All right, well, I think I fixed the problem as it does it. For some reason, when I enlarged it, so it was my fault, I will take responsibility. For some reason, when I made the screen full size or whatever, it looked funny. And when I took it back and brought it back, now it looks normal, and it's not doing that anymore. Gabby, they do it. When I had horses, my farrier was Amish. So I could call him, and the phone was in the barn. He would get a ride to my house from somebody. And I remember the first time he saw my iPhone, and he was just so, like, fascinated with it, and he wanted to look at it, and I was just like, "Are you sure you're allowed to look at this?" He assured me everything would be just fine. I did find out for them, their sons go to school, at least in this area, I think till 9th grade, but the girls quit in, like, 6th or 7th. Okay, I was just
The person who's sitting to my left,
hang on.
that is the attorney. Next witness.
State calls Katrina Mendoza.
Alright, here's the mom. And now it's doing it again, so I spoke too soon apparently, because I've not touched anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, the person who's sitting to my left, that is the attorney for Katrina Mendoza, the state's next witness. He may be making objections if he deems them appropriate.
This could be fun if he gets to make objections. I don't think Kayla's attorney. Am I thinking right, child? Kayla's attorney? Oh,
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. You need to keep your voice up so that the members of the jury and the court reporter can hear. I'll state your name for the record.
Katrina Rose Mendoza.
State.
Thank you. Ms. Mendoza, are you also a defendant charged in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you accepted a plea agreement as part of that charge?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that plea agreement? Can you explain it to the jury?
A cap of 45 and with the testimony and possibility of probation.
Okay. And do you remember what the state's position is on your application for probation?
They're not for it.
And is it part of that plea agreement that you are to tell the truth here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any children?
That'll be overruled.
Do you have any
he's
children?
not even looking at her.
Yes.
How many children do you have?
2.
What are their names?
Jordan, Mercedes.
So Jordan and Mercedes?
Yes.
Okay. And how old is Jordan?
She's 8.
How old were you when you had Jordan?
I was pregnant at 14, had her at 15.
How much, I'm sorry, is Jordan older than Mercedes?
Yes.
How much older?
A couple of months.
Do you know how many?
Like 8, I think.
Okay. And how old was Mercedes?
She was 5.
Over the course of Mercedes and Jordan's lives, have you had CPS cases?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
I'm not sure.
More than one?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about those. Can you remember the first time CPS was involved with you and your children?
I think I was maybe like 16.
Okay. At that point in time, I don't think I asked you, how old were you when you had Mercedes?
I was 15. I was pregnant at 15, had her at 16.
Okay. So this first time you just said you think you were 16. Was Mercedes alive at that time?
Yeah, she was probably a couple months old.
Okay. Why was CPS involved at that point?
Somebody had made allegations of neglect.
Okay. And do you know what they said?
I can't remember.
Okay. And what happened with that CPS case?
It got closed.
Were Jordan and Mercedes removed from your care at that point?
Yes, because I was still a minor.
Okay. How long were they removed from
I can't remember.
Do you know who had custody of them while they weren't in your care?
They were with a foster family for a couple of weeks.
When was the next time CPS was involved in your life?
I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember how old the girls were?
Maybe like 2 and 1,
Okay. And why were they involved at that point?
because the same reasons. Neglect.
Okay. And what did CPS do at that time?
They just put a safety plan with me and my dad, and we had joint custody of them.
Okay. At that time, could you be alone with the girls?
No,
Was that case closed out?
yes,
Were the girls ever removed from you with your and your father?
no,
Was there another time CPS was involved in your life?
yes.
When was that?
I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember how old the girls were or anything about that time period?
No, I think maybe Mercedes was 3 and Jordan was 4.
Okay. And what was the reason they were involved in your life at that point?
We had made a CPS report because I had a babysitter, and they sent me a picture of a slap mark on Mercedes' back, and we reported it.
Okay. Who reported it?
Me and my dad.
And what happened with that case?
It got closed out.
Were the girls ever removed from your care at that point?
No,
Was there another time that CPS was involved in your life?
yes,
When was that?
about 2 years ago.
Okay. Was Mercedes still alive at that time?
Yes,
Why were they involved in your life at that point?
because somebody made allegations of some kind.
Do you know what the allegations were?
No, I forgot.
Were there allegations that you were abusing the girls?
Yes.
What was going on with that CPS case?
It was opened and it was gonna get closed. It only lasted about like 2 weeks, but I had lost contact with the CPS caseworker, and yeah, so it never got closed out
Okay. How do you know that it was going to get closed out?
because they told me that they just needed to see the girls one more.
Say, Your Honor.
Sustained.
May the jury be instructed to disregard?
Ladies and gentlemen, you're instructed to disregard the last answer.
I don't know who made that objection, but they took like their vitamins.
Jordan or Mercedes from your care at that point in time.
No,
And what year was that, just to be clear?
2022.
Okay. And I want to make sure, are you sure about that?
No,
Okay. So if Mercedes, do you remember what day it was when Mercedes passed?
March. No, yeah, March the 7th.
Okay. If I were to tell you it was February 7th?
There you go, February 7th. Sorry.
How can you forget when your child
What year it
passed
was when she
away?
passed?
2022.
Okay, so if Mercedes passed February 7th of 2022, when do you think it was that CPS was?
Objection, legal, Your Honor.
Was it sustained?
What year was it that CPS was last?
2022.
Yeah, Coach Chuck.
Yes.
Do you remember the last time CPS saw Mercedes alive?
Maybe about 2 weeks before she passed away.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 109.
Yes, that was the last time.
Okay, before you say that, I gotta ask you a question. Is this a picture of Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
Was this taken the last day that CPS saw Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what Mercedes looked like on that day?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 109.
Any objections? No objection, Your Honor. What State's Exhibit 109 is admitted? State's Exhibit 109 is admitted without objection?
May it publish?
Yes.
Was that Mercedes on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Did Mercedes have any injuries on that day?
No.
So they all happened within 2 weeks.
Can you tell the jury about Mercedes?
She was 5 years old. She was my youngest daughter. She was very smart and beautiful. She was a very outgoing kid. She liked to have a lot of fun. She liked to dance. She liked to sing. She liked to be on TikTok. She was very close with her sister Jordan.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance? Sustained.
Was Mercedes disobedient?
Huh?
Was she disobedient?
Sometimes every kid is.
How would she be disobedient?
Sometimes I'll tell her to do something and she wouldn't do it, or sometimes she'll talk back, or yeah.
How would you punish Mercedes when she wouldn't listen?
I'll usually put her in timeout.
Can you describe timeout to the jury?
Just facing the wall without talking or playing with anything.
Okay. What else would you do to discipline Mercedes?
Spank her with the belt
Okay. Where would you spank her with the belt?
on her butt.
Hold on, please. Do you need any water? Yes. Just give us 1 moment.
Yes, so there, this is the mom. Somebody's choking.
Would you do anything else to discipline Mercedes?
No.
Did you favor Jordan over Mercedes?
Yes,
Ooh,
because she was my firstborn. I was really close to Jordan, and I mean, I love Mercedes too, but I was really close to Jordan.
Were you not close to Mercedes?
There was a conflict. Like, people would try to get in between my relationship with my daughter, and it was a how can I say, like, a hard time to get that bond.
it's not your daughter's fault.
Would you treat Jordan differently than Mercedes?
No.
Would you
Yes.
punish them differently?
No.
Yes.
If someone were to have said that
I
you did
believe
punish
you.
them differently, would they be lying?
Yes.
In 2021, who were you living with?
My godfather,
What's his name?
Homero Beltran,
Who else lived in that house?
Angelica Edwards, Rodney Edwards, Jeremiah Beltran, Jesse Beltran, Priscilla Vasquez, Dalen Vasquez. That's it.
Were the girls also living with?
Oh yes, sorry, and my girls.
Okay. And just who are all those people that you listed?
They're my god family. They're not related to me by blood, but they raised me since I was 2 weeks old.
And did you live with them since you were 2 weeks old?
No, when I was younger, I lived with them on and off. My parents would switch with them, but I guess I moved in with them permanently when I was 18 years old or 19.
Did you live with them when the girls were young?
No. Yes. Sorry.
That's okay. And Is it fair to say you lived with them off and on?
Yes.
Do you know Jose Ruiz?
Yes.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you identify him by something that he's wearing?
Gray slacks.
I don't think they want to look at it. That's the first time I've seen him look at her, and I don't
The
think he wants to look
reflection
at him
made by
either.
The defendant, Jose Ruiz. How do you know him?
He's my ex-boyfriend.
When did you meet him?
In 2020.
How did you meet him?
I was at work and I met him
Where were you working?
at Diamond Show Club.
Did you start dating right away?
Yes.
How soon into your relationship did he meet Jordan and Mercedes?
I can't remember.
Was it right away or did you wait some time?
It was maybe like a couple months.
Okay. Once he met the girls, how often would he see the girls?
Often.
Did the girls ever call him dad or daddy?
Yes.
Do you know when they started calling him that?
I can't remember.
Had it been some time in your relationship?
Yes.
Did you ever live with Jose Ruiz?
Yes.
When did you live with him?
Like in 2022. I can't remember.
Did you live with him consistently or off and on?
Off and on.
If there were neighbors who testified that they saw you and the girls there in November of 2021, would that be accurate?
Your Honor, objection to leading.
Did you live there in November of 2021?
Yes.
Do you remember how long you lived there?
We would stay there a couple of nights, but like when I moved in, I moved in for about 3 weeks.
When was that?
Like in November of 2023? No, 2022.
November of 2022, so
Ah.
you're describing 7 months after Mercedes passed?
Oh, sorry. I'm confused right now. I'm sorry.
Let me ask you another question. The 3 weeks that you said you lived with Jose consistently, was that the 3 weeks before Mercedes died?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to those 3 weeks, did Jose ever discipline Mercedes and Jordan?
Yes, ma'am.
How often would he discipline the girls?
Often.
How would he discipline the girls?
He would spank them. He would pull Mercedes' hair and cover her mouth and nose. Use thumbtacks on her feet.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you real quick. I want to focus on not the last 3 weeks, but before that. Did that all happen before those last 3 weeks, or?
No, so it all started with just like timeout, and then timeout with rice on the floor, and they would bend on the rice, making her stay up all night.
Objection, Your Honor, I read the time frame on this. When did these things
All right, that'll be overruled. Ask your next question.
Would the punishment from Jose get, or did the punishment from Jose get progressively worse throughout your relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point while you're living with Homer Beltran, did you ask Jose for help in disciplining Mercedes?
Yes.
What did Jose say?
that he was gonna pick her up and take her with him for the day.
Did that happen?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go with him?
No, ma'am.
Did Jordan go with him?
No, ma'am.
How long did he have Mercedes without you being present?
A couple of hours.
Okay. Was it
Over.
overnight?
Yeah, overnight.
During that time period,
Yes,
how did you talk to Jose?
over the phone.
Did you ever talk to him other than just on the phone?
Yes, one night, the night that he picked her up, he came to get a backpack of clothes, and I s-
Objection, when did this happen? Not established, no.
Do you remember when this was?
no,
Do you remember how long it was before Mercedes passed?
no,
On that night that he had Mercedes, did you communicate other than through a phone call?
yes,
How?
in person.
Okay. Did you communicate through text or video chat?
Yes,
Which one?
both.
Did you see that night?
Objection, Your Honor, we're talking about a night in the span of how many months or years? This is totally vague. Objection as to vagueness.
Right, that'll be succinct.
Yeah, that's
Your Honor, objecting to any photographs? Is this the appropriate time, Your Honor?
No, she needs to offer them first through this witness, and then I'll hear your objections if there are any objections.
Katrina, were you sent any photographs of Mercedes by Jose?
Yes,
No. Showing you what's been marked States Exhibit 97. Is this a photograph that Jose sent you?
yes,
If there was testimony that this happened on January 22nd of 2022, does that sound accurate to you?
Objection
yes,
as to the leading?
That'll be succinct. That's deleted.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of how Mercedes looked in the photo you were sent? She's like,
yes,
oh,
ma'am.
got it. Statements to admit States Exhibit 97. They all objected. Everything went nuts. Well, well, well. I have a feeling we might have a lot of these. Because the judge said seated to her left, right? Was her attorney? I don't see anybody over there. Try and turn around and be the judge. I am surprised, though, that, and I know I've commented on this before, that Judge Boyd lets just anybody object, because usually judges keep it to whoever's going to be questioning. All right, State, run back to the tape. They're not color coordinated today, I don't think. Oop, Judge Boyd bent down to their level. record.
Katrina, the State's Exhibit 97 that I just showed you, was there a video chat and video sent to you that depicted the same activities that were in the photos of State's Exhibit 97?
Yes.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 108. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I remember signing and dating it.
Okay. Are those your initials and the date that you watched it?
Yes.
And you reviewed it prior to coming here today?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw Mercedes doing in that video?
Yes.
Yeah, I wonder what this is.
Next question.
Yes, I'm sorry. How long until you saw Mercedes again?
The next day.
And what happened when you saw Mercedes again?
She was drunk beverage.
Did Jose tell you what happened?
He said that she wouldn't.
Did you observe any injuries on Mercedes?
Not at that very moment.
Okay.
I apologize for this walker. All right, please. Ask your next question, counsel.
That was probably me, Hamilton. But I don't think anything jumped. It
I'm
just
showing
kind
you
of
State's
stalled.
Exhibit 96. Do you recognize this image?
Yes, ma'am.
Was this an image of Mercedes on that same night?
Yes.
Objection as to the reading.
Overruled.
How did you receive this photo?
Through a text message.
Who sent that text message to you?
Jose Ruiz.
Did you observe injuries on Mercedes when you saw her again?
Yep. See you Monday, Dare. Enjoy your weekend.
No.
Was there something that occurred that caused you concern regarding Mercedes having injuries?
Like I said.
No foundation as to the injuries.
Yes, please hit the like button, even though I'm being spinny.
So
Trying to fix
not right away, but when we got to the apartment, I put her pants down and she had bruising in her thighs.
Why did you pull her pants down?
She needed to go to the restroom.
Okay. Describe this bruising on her inner thighs.
It was swollen, purple, almost black.
Was it small bruising, a lot of bruising?
A lot of bruising.
Did you confront Jose regarding this bruising?
Yes.
What did Jose tell you?
He said he didn't He said that he didn't realize how hard he was pinching her and that he wouldn't do it again.
Okay. Where was the apartment that you went to?
I can't remember. I know the name.
Okay, what was the name?
Henry B. Apartments.
Okay. When you went over there at this point in time, was that when you started staying with Jose consistently?
Yes.
And how long were you there prior to Mercedes' death?
Before her death?
Yeah.
Like I said, we were staying in and out with him.
Okay, but you just said you were there consistently. How long consistently before she died?
Oh, about 3 weeks.
Okay. During this time period, would Jose continue to punish Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
Why would he punish her? What were some things she would do that would cause him to punish her?
Little things like playing with her fingers in timeout, um, touching things in timeout, not holding up an object, sitting on her legs when she got tired, talk.
And yet, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna object. I believe this is Ms. Connolly's witness. I
No.
object to.
You may continue your answer.
What was the question again?
How would Jose punish Mercedes?
How would he punish her, or why?
I thought that objection, I thought that was why he was punishing.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. It was why he would punish her.
No, Gabby, she would
Because
sit.
she wouldn't like say her ABCs or say the numbers right, or
She would sit
like
on her legs
repeat
instead
what
of
he
her
was
knees.
saying correctly, or answer him
That's what she
in a correct way.
Your Honor, I'm objecting to there's no foundation for this. I mean, all of a sudden numbers come up.
Overruled. Ask your next question.
I know what you mean.
Was Mercedes potty trained?
Yes,
Would she ever have accidents?
yes.
How often?
For those 3 weeks, very often.
What about prior to those 3 weeks?
No, she wouldn't have accidents.
Do you know why she was having accidents?
I believe she was scared.
You think?
How would Jose punish Mercedes?
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I can answer.
Yes.
Okay. He would pull her hair. He would spank her with the belt. He would use the metal part of the belt. He would hold her breath by covering her mouth and her nose. He would pull her hair out. He would not let her eat certain foods, or he would keep her standing up for hours at a time. He would sleep deprive her. That's all I can think about right now.
You mentioned that he would cover her mouth and nose. Was there ever a time where Mercedes became unconscious due to this?
Yes.
What happened?
He just covered her mouth and her nose and let her go, and her body fell to the floor.
What had to be done because of that?
He had to blow in her mouth like CPR.
Was she standing or laying down when he did that?
With the CPR,
No, covering her mouth.
she wasn't standing or laying down. He was like carrying her.
How many times did that happen where Mercedes went unconscious because of that?
About 2 times.
Was there ever a time where Mercedes would do that to herself and hold her own breath?
Yes.
Would that ever cause her to go unconscious?
No.
Earlier you mentioned thumbtacks. Tell me about the thumbtacks.
Yeah, that started because when Mercedes was in timeout, she'll be on her knees, and she would get tired of being on her knees, so she would put her butt on her legs. And in order for her to stop doing that, Jose put thumbtacks in her feet.
Oh my gosh.
Explain that a little more. When he put thumbtacks in her feet, how long did they stay there?
For hours.
Did he put thumbtacks anywhere else on her body?
On her butt.
How many thumbtacks?
At a time?
Yes.
Maybe like 4 or 5.
Would he ever make her stand on thumbtacks?
Yes.
Tell me more about timeout. What would he have her do while she was in timeout?
Sometimes he would have her hold her arms like this, or hold an object or kneel on rice.
Was there ever a time when Mercedes wouldn't do those things while she was in timeout?
Yes.
What would happen if she didn't do those things?
He would pull her hair or
Seriously.
hit her hands with the phone or her feet with the phone.
What phone are you talking about?
His iPhone.
I don't know, Roseanne. There's a problem.
Was there ever anything done to Mercedes' arms if she would not keep them up in the air?
Yes, he tied like a thin pole to her arms and like wrapped it around the pole.
How long would Jose have her wrapped to a pole?
For hours at a time.
When she was wrapped to a pole, would she have clothes on?
Sometimes.
Would she ever be naked?
Yes.
Did he ever put anything over her head?
Yes, he did.
Next question.
Yes, Judge. Would Mercedes ever bleed from her injuries?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she ever have any scabs?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Jose have a ring camera?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he do with the ring camera?
He would put it to watch her in the closet.
Okay. Why would she be in the closet?
To be secluded as a timeout.
Who would put her in the closet?
Jose.
Did you ever try to stop Jose from doing these things to Mercedes?
I'm just trying not to go through my computer, Hamilton.
Several.
Did he listen to you?
No.
Let's talk about how you disciplined Mercedes while at Jose's house. What are some of the things that you would do to Mercedes?
I would spank her with the belt. I pulled her hair. I put her in timeout. That's it.
Okay. You mentioned pulling her hair, and I believe you mentioned Jose pulling her hair out. Were you also pulling her hair out of her head?
No.
Probably if you were pulling it, yes, you were.
Mercedes' hair out of her head.
Jordan.
Why would Jordan do that?
Because Jose would tell her to.
Because she saw you guys doing it.
I'm sorry, what was that last word?
Because Jose told her to.
Did you hear that?
Thank you.
Can you make sure to speak into the microphone so everyone can hear you?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You mentioned you would also put Mercedes in timeout. How would you put Mercedes in timeout?
I would put her in the corner of like the wall and have her face the wall with her hands behind her back.
Did you ever have her kneel on rice?
No.
Never.
You did.
Maybe once or twice.
Yep.
Okay. Did you ever put Mercedes in the closet for timeout?
Yes.
How many times?
Maybe like 3 or 4 times.
Did you ever have Mercedes hold an item up in the air while she was in timeout?
No.
Never?
No.
Okay. Did you ever put thumbtacks in Mercedes?
No.
Did you observe Mercedes to have injuries, marks, bruises from all of the things that y'all were doing to her?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Jose ever tell you to chill while disciplining Mercedes?
No.
Would Jose say anything to you about your discipline of Mercedes?
No.
you recall saying that Jose would say that you weren't disciplining Mercedes enough?
Yes, ma'am.
You're sick. I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Yes, ma'am.
And leading dog.
As to leading, that would be the same.
What would Jose say to you regarding your discipline of Mercedes?
That I wasn't hard on her enough and that she didn't respect me because I let her walk all over me and do whatever she wanted.
Did Jose ever make Jordan do anything else to Mercedes besides pull her hair?
Objection to leading question, Your Honor.
You can answer the question.
Not, I can't remember.
Did Jose have any animals?
Yes.
What did he have?
2 pit bulls.
Did anything ever happen to Mercedes' teeth?
Yes.
What happened to her teeth?
They fell out.
How did they fall out?
From my assumption, I think they fell out because
Did you ever see anything done to Mercedes' mouth?
yes.
What did you see?
Jose would stick her underwear or a sock or some like clothing in her mouth and then pull it out really quickly
And why would he put a sock or clothing in her mouth?
because she would cry.
What would Jose do when Mercedes would have an accident?
He would like mop the floor with her in her urine.
What do you mean by that?
He would get her on the ground and just drag her in her urine.
Did he do anything with her clothing after she would have an accident?
He would put it in her mouth.
The injuries that you said you saw in Mercedes, was anything ever done by you or Jose to treat those injuries?
Yes, ma'am.
What was done?
He would buy her like little cooling pads, the hot and cold cooling pads, and put them on her bruises. Or he would buy Neosporin for her cuts, or he would buy something that like causes the bruises to go away, and just stuff like that.
And when he would put those things on her, can you describe that to the jury?
Um,
Can I ask a different question?
Yeah.
Okay. Would he put those on one part of her body, a lot of her body?
well, everywhere that she had bruises, and she was bruised up pretty much everywhere on her body.
Why were y'all doing that?
I wanted her to heal and get better.
Did you have concerns about people seeing the bruises on Mercedes?
Yes, but that wasn't the priority.
I'm sorry, what was that answer?
That wasn't the priority.
What was the priority?
To get her better so that we can leave.
Okay, I believe you had testified earlier about CPS having an open case. Was it still open at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have concerns about CPS seeing Mercedes in her condition?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you afraid that they were going to take away your children?
Yes, ma'am.
Next question.
Yeah, sure. Okay, no, sorry. Katrina, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 98. Is that a picture of Mercedes and some of the things that we just described happening by Jose Ruiz?
Yes, ma'am.
99, is that a photo of Mercedes' condition around that same time period that you were living with Jose Ruiz?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 100, is this a photo of Jose's dogs?
Yes, ma'am.
What's in State's Exhibit 101?
Mercedes is eating some food with the bandages wrapped around her body.
Are those the bandages that you just described to the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Is State's Exhibit 102 and 103 additional photos of Mercedes' condition during that time period?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 104, without telling me what you see, just what was this picture captured on? Do you know?
A ring camera.
Okay. In this picture, can you tell where it's taken, what the location is?
Yes, ma'am.
No, she's just asking where it was taken.
Correct. How can you tell where it was taken?
I just recognize it.
What causes you to recognize it?
The floor.
Okay. Where is the location it was taken?
In the closet
Of what location?
of the apartment, Henry B. Apartments.
Whose apartment was that?
Jose's.
105, State's 105, and no, State's 105. Is this a picture of some of the items that you would treat Mercedes with?
Yes, ma'am.
You see a hand in that photo. Whose hand is that?
Jose's.
All right, you're gonna have to make sure you speak up and you can remain seated when you make your objections so the court reporter can hear. And please make sure you speak at the microphone. All right, with regards to that objection, it will be sustained. Lay the foundation, please.
Yes, Judge. Are all of these fair and accurate depictions of items you saw while at Jose Ruiz's or Mercedes' condition while you are at Jose Ruiz's apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Actually, one more. State's Exhibit 107. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is this also
Court
something that you described happening to Mercedes by Jose Ruiz?
reporter, I
Yes,
think.
ma'am.
All right, that objection will be overruled.
Do you recognize the location in this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was it?
Can I see what? I believe that's on the floor of the room.
I'm sorry. Whose apartment?
Jose's.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 81. Is this also behavior you described already being done by Jose Ruiz to Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize the location of this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Whose apartment was this taken in?
Jose's.
Did you take these photos that I've showed you?
No, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 109. Who's in that photo?
Jose Ruiz.
At this time, State would move to admit. I'm so sorry. Let me get you the numbers. States 96, 97.
You want to make sure that they're here?
Yeah, Judge, I'm sorry. I'm trying to put them in order. I apologize. I think just 1 second.
Thank you.
The defense, you will start approaching for your objections.
Wonder who's going to make us more mad when the defense questions her,
Through States 109.
the defense attorney or her. Roseanne, I wish you were wrong about that, but unfortunately you're not, and this won't be our last trial like this. I kind of agree with you guys. Oh, you guys. Oh, she's being she's being sarcastic. You can't, Gabby, you speak sarcasm. I can read that in Roseanne's comment.
Without objection.
I would object to relevance.
I'm sorry, Judge. I need to change the number. 109, I believe, is already in.
I can hear Roseanne going, "Oh, guys, that makes makes her look pretty."
No, that can't be done. The reason why it can't be done is because on the record, for the court reporter, it is marked as 109.
Well, now we
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you all step outside for about 10 minutes and then I'll bring you back in.
All right.
You're welcome. Judge is like, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you step outside, and then I'm gonna bring these attorneys out, and then I'm gonna fight them all right now in front of you. That's how we're gonna settle everything now from now on. Now they've got messed up exhibit numbers. Oh, nice. Well, there's a spoiler. I remember you saying that, Roseanne, so I knew you. I don't always catch it, but I'm getting better. I'm getting better at it. Oh yeah, Judge is not happy. And I have a feeling if anybody wants to carpool down to Texas with Bree, she's probably packing to go right now. You show a pregnant mom this, and they're all ready to get
Are you offering?
to go.
State is offering exhibit 96 through 1 to clear up the confusion.
No.
Earlier, States 109 is a photograph of the defendant, and States 110 is the previously admitted under States 109 photograph from CPS of Mercedes.
All right, any objections to State's Exhibits 96 through 110?
Defense has no objection to their admission, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibits 96 through 110 are admitted without objection.
May I publish to the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, that's reserving what had been previously. Urged.
All right.
I'm sorry, Ms. Lorraine, I can't hear
I'm
you.
sorry, you need to speak up.
And
that's, without waiving what had been previously urged.
A defense counsel has said that she has no objections to State's
To the
Exhibit.
addition, Your Honor.
Oh,
sorry.
sexy.
To the addition. Not to the content.
State's Exhibits 96 through 110
You're
are.
right. I want to be clear. There's no intention to make any previously urged objection.
That's correct, Your Honor. This is only to the addition of the evidence by the state right now,
It's subject to prior.
subject to prior objections and the running objections that are now.
All right, State's Exhibit 96 through 110 are admitted. And for the record, the court has reviewed State's Exhibits 96 through 110. And if there was an objection to probative value, the court is finding that it is more probative than prejudicial. And that's as it relates to State's Exhibits 96 and 110. And the court is finding that State's Exhibits 96 through 110 is relevant. You may publish.
Katrina, what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 109?
A picture of Jose.
And in the picture, we see him wearing rings. Would he wear those rings all the time?
Yes.
And do you know when this photo was taken?
No.
Okay. State's Exhibit, I'm sorry, I'm gonna start with State's Exhibit 97.
The Grinch.
What are we looking at here?
A picture of Mercedes holding looks like a jug of something.
How do you know that that's Mercedes?
Because of the clothes she's wearing.
Was this a photo that was sent to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Who sent this photo to you?
Jose.
Do you remember what day he sent that to you?
Sometime in January
Of what year?
2022.
Was this the day that Jose took custody of Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection to characterization of custody, taking custody of Mercedes.
Sustained.
How about, was this the day you handed your daughter
State's Exhibit
over
97
to him?
is who's with Mercedes?
Jose.
Is anyone else with Mercedes?
No.
State's Exhibit 96. What are we looking at here?
A picture of Mercedes.
Have you how did you get this photo?
I don't remember that photo.
Can you tell, is she wearing the same shirt
Yes.
that she's wearing in States 97?
Yes.
States Exhibit 98. What are we looking at here?
A picture of Mercedes.
What is she doing?
She's in the shower with something in her mouth.
What is in her mouth?
Clothing.
You know what kind of clothing that is?
Her underwear and her shorts.
Why would this happen to Mercedes?
Because she would be crying, or maybe at that time she had made an accident on herself.
Did you do this to Mercedes?
No, ma'am.
Did you take this photo?
No, ma'am.
States Exhibit 99. Who's in that picture?
Mercedes.
Who did that to Mercedes' hair?
Objection.
Overruled. What's the objection?
As soon as a fact not in evidence, it hasn't been established.
That'll be overruled.
Who did that to Mercedes' hair?
Jose.
Did anyone else do that to Mercedes' hair?
Jordan.
Did you take this photo?
No, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 100. What is in this photo?
The dogs.
Whose dogs?
Jose's dogs.
Jordan is her other daughter.
Exhibit 101. Who is that?
Mercedes.
What is on her body?
The hot and cold patches
And where on her body are those hot and cold patches?
on her face and her arms.
Who else is in that photo? Can you tell?
No,
Did you take this photo?
no, ma'am.
Who did that to Mercedes?
I bandaged her up.
You put those bandages on her?
Yes.
Are those bandages indicative of everywhere she had bruises on her body?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 102. What are we looking at here?
Mercedes' mouth.
And what happened to Mercedes' mouth?
She's missing teeth.
What else do we see on Mercedes' face?
Jose's fingers.
On her face?
A
Does she have any
bloody-
other injuries?
Bloody nose.
Okay. What else?
It looks like she has some bruises on her face.
Who caused those injuries to Mercedes' face?
Jose Reese.
Did you cause any of those injuries to Mercedes' face?
No,
Did you take this photo?
no.
State's Exhibit 103. Can you see those bruises on Mercedes' face more clearly in this picture?
Yes, ma'am.
What about Mercedes' hair? What's going on with her hair in this picture?
It looks like she's losing some.
These pictures we've been showing so far, what time period were they taken in?
The 3 weeks before Mercedes passed away.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that response, ma'am.
The 3 weeks before Mercedes passed away.
3 weeks.
State's 104. What are we looking at in this photo?
Mercedes standing on thumbtacks.
How do you know that that is Mercedes?
Because I can tell by her legs.
How many children were living in the house at the time?
Just Jordan and Mercedes.
Did Jordan ever have to stand on thumbtacks?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I don't know.
Was Jordan a good child?
No, Jordan's bad sometimes too.
Oh, I'm sorry. Back to 104. How many thumbtacks are in that photo? Can you see?
Looks like 4.
Who had Mercedes standing on thumbtacks?
Jose.
And how was this picture captured?
I'm sorry?
How was it captured? How was it taken?
By the Ring camera.
Do you know where in the apartment this was?
In the closet.
States 105. What are we looking at here?
The cold and hot pads.
Okay. Who purchased these cold and hot pads?
Jose.
How many times were they purchased in those 3 weeks?
Many times.
How many?
Many.
Maybe what?
Many.
And then
States
M-A-N.
107. What are we looking at here?
Mercedes bending down.
Okay. What's going on with Mercedes' arms in this photo?
They look like they're wrapped in the pole that I was telling you about.
Can you describe this pole to the jury, please?
It was a thin pole about this long.
What was?
Did you?
Did it have another purpose, or was it just a pole?
It was so that she wouldn't mess with the bandages.
Whose feet are in this picture?
Jose's.
Did you take this picture?
No, ma'am.
Does Mercedes have any clothing on in this picture?
No, ma'am.
Where were you when this is happening?
I'm not sure.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 81. And am I okay to proceed with the as we discuss?
We'd like to see the, okay.
How many times does a judge have to tell you that you can go up there?
Judge, usually when the state shows a picture, they pass it to the table first.
This has been previously tendered to defense.
Right, and just
Hundreds
one
of
second.
pictures here.
Stop. Just 1 second. So the record is clear. When the state says, can we do this as we discuss? That was a discussion that was had with both the state and the defense attorneys. And I just want the record to be clear with that. All right. Would you show defense counsel the exhibit?
Yes, sir. For the record, Your Honor, my memory doesn't include every single item that we looked at. I know I've seen it, but it would help to refresh it again since it's relevant now. Yeah.
How about you just remember the discussion you probably just had 10 minutes ago?
This is
How about that?
a photograph, Your Honor. The child has no clothing on at all, and every part of her body can be seen from the front. Objection as to the pornography.
Counsel, this was the photograph that was discussed. If you all can approach.
Your Honor, my
Approach.
objection was for the record.
Approach.
You're going to sit there and try to call that pornography? Give me a freaking break. In any other situation, yeah, it probably would be. Oh my gosh. Maybe I'm hangry. Get her, Judge Boyd. Cry chopper.
What exhibit number is that, please?
It is 81, Judge.
All right, so with regards to state's exhibit number 1.
No, 81.
81?
Yes.
I do.
With regards to state's exhibit 81.
I had some crackers and
both the state,
first stream and some yogurt
agree
early
with
this
regards to
morning.
that exhibit will not be admitted to you, but the witness is allowed to describe what is in state's exhibit number 81. Is that correct, state?
Yes, Judge.
Defense, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you remember defense?
Thank you, Judge. Okay. Keeping in mind what's on the screen, State's Exhibit 107, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 81. Okay. I want you to look specifically, what are some things you see on the floor of this photo?
The sweeper jet mop, a shoe, and I don't know what that other thing is.
Okay. Now look at State's Exhibit 107. Are those the same things on the floor in that picture as in State's Exhibit 81?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I would if I could, Gabby. I live in the
Can you
country.
tell the jury who is in this photo?
Mercedes,
Okay. Describe what Mercedes is doing.
she's standing naked with a pole tied to her arms. And
Nope.
Something covering her face, the clothing covering her face.
Okay. And in what position are her arms?
You're fine, Bree. I
And
can
a
walk now.
crucifix.
Did you see things like this happen to Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did things like this to Mercedes?
Jose.
The dogs that we showed you in State's Exhibit 100, would they ever go to the bathroom in the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Was anything ever done with dog feces to Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
What was done?
Jose had put dog feces on her face.
Is this something that you saw happen?
I didn't see it happen, but I saw it afterwards. After that, it happened.
I think his dad
Is this
or
what
his
Mercedes looked like when you saw her with dog feces on her face?
Yes, ma'am.
What day did this happen? Do you remember?
No.
Sorry, Roseanne. I'll tell you in a minute.
Did something else happen this day that helps you remember what day it was?
Not that I remember, but I remember we left that day.
I'm going to show you I'm going to just put on the screen what's been previously entered as State's Exhibit 93. Do you know whose phone that is?
Who says?
Just may publish 108.
Just a moment before we publish 108. Would you all like to take your break now, or do you wish to continue?
Because I probably need to go throw up.
All right, so we're gonna take a break. I'm gonna have you all back here at 2:30. Remember my instructions, you're not allowed to start deliberating internally or with each other. You're not allowed to discuss anything that you've seen with anyone else. You're not allowed to do any research or watch anything. Everything that you need to know about this case is coming from inside the courtroom. Does everyone understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, please rise for the jurors.
So I don't know if you heard his interview with the second detective, Roseanne, but he described his, I assume, stepfather or mom's boyfriend. I'm not sure what the relationship was because dad was in prison for doing something with a 15-year-old girl or with a 15-year-old. He never said girl. I have no idea what. But he would talk about having to be on his knees and have his hands out and weights in them. And just like he learned it because he had it happen to him. I'm not saying it's okay because it's not. They're both bad. I don't think she's as innocent as she's trying to come off because of what the daughter said. She named them both. Now, not this horrible stuff, but she named them both.
All right, everyone, please be seated. And state if still your witness.
Yes, Your Honor, before she continues, I just wanted to clarify something for the record.
Yes.
Detective Landrum's report was labeled for identification purposes only as 108. It is actually labeled 108A.
I don't know.
Then the record will reflect that his report is labeled 108A. All right, you may continue.
Because not everybody does agree. Some people end the cycle.
All right, and that will be granted.
Thank you, Judge.
Subject to our prior objections.
Yes.
And for the record, it's image 3291 on the disc.
Pick it up. Now. Pick it up, Mercedes. Pick it up. Yeah, I'm mad at you. What?
Because you're not listening.
Oh, that's a no-brainer.
And you're not picking my hands up.
That's a no-brainer.
Why? Oh, I promise you won't
Pick it up.
die.
What do you mean you're trying? You're not trying. Pick it up.
It's heavy for me.
No, it's not. It's not even heavy at all. Nothing. Pick it up. Yeah, I know. It is full. Pick it up. Pick it up.
That's what I'm doing. They're picking it up.
Pick it up. Yes.
Next question.
Yes. Katrina, who all lived at the Henry B apartment with Jose?
Jose, Rocco, Ruben, and Sinaida, and me, Jordan, and Mercedes.
Who are Rocco, Ruben, and Sinaida?
Those are Jose's brothers and sisters.
Who all saw the abuse Mercedes endured?
All of them that lived in the household.
Did they all live there? I'm sorry, did Jose's siblings live there full time?
For a while, yes.
What we just watched with Jose making Mercedes hold items, the jug full up in the air. When you say he would make her hold items up, was it always something similar to that?
Yes.
How long would he make her hold something up in the air?
Objection. The witness testified she wasn't even in the car.
All right. If you can answer the question, if you know.
Several hours.
What would Jose say about Mercedes holding her hands or items up in the air?
That she wasn't doing it right.
Did Jose say anything about Mercedes' muscles?
He said it was building her muscles.
Did police ever come out to the apartment?
Yes.
Do you know how many times?
No.
Was there a time that you talked to police yourself?
Yes.
What happened that day?
Jose and me were getting after Mercedes, and the police showed up, and I went outside and I told them that everything was okay.
What do you mean by getting after Mercedes?
There was a lot of screaming and yelling.
What about physical abuse to Mercedes?
That day, no.
Was there
Not
another
that
time
day.
that police were called out to your apartment?
No. Not that. Yes, but I didn't talk to them.
Okay. What happened that day?
I don't remember.
When the police came to the apartment, did anyone answer the door?
Jose did.
Was there another time that police came out to the apartment?
I can't remember.
Was there a time that police came out to the apartment where no one answered the door?
Yes.
What happened that day?
I can't remember.
Why was the door not answered for police?
Because
She says she can't remember. Either she remembers and she's gonna answer, or she doesn't remember.
That objection will be sustained.
Okay. Katrina, when's your birthday?
January 31st, 2000.
In 2022, did you do anything for your birthday?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went out of town.
Where did you go?
I forgot.
You forgot.
Who did you go with?
Jose.
Wait. Again, same objection. This is, it is boldly,
Stop one person at a time.
it is boldly and disingenuous to say the least, to say, one moment I can't remember, and the next moment what happened, let me tell you. Either she doesn't remember or she does, but she needs to be honest. And she's not being honest, I object.
All right, just a moment. Everyone have a seat. Ask your question. And if you remember, you remember. If you don't remember, you don't remember. Ask your question.
May I respond just for the record, Judge?
Ask your question.
Who all went with you?
Jose, Che, and Jeanette.
Who are Che and Jeanette?
Those are Jose's friends.
Objection, I'm sorry, was this when
Yep.
she remembered, or when she didn't remember, or when did she didn't remember where she went? How did she remember who was with her?
It was a good objection. I'll give him that one because you either remember or you don't. So I'll give him one. Hamilton, please don't make yourself sick over this. Yeah, you don't forget your birthday. Or where you went. If you took a birthday trip, you don't forget where you went. Oh well, it's a birthday trip. It's special. How many trips you take? There may be like little implosions of us
Mercedes go on this trip?
when the defense gets a hold of her.
Because Jose said that he saw Jordan beating Mercedes while you were in Austin. Is that possible?
Leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Objection, Your Honor, also, we haven't even established that she's in.
The objection has been sustained.
You already mentioned that you, at one point, left Jose's. Why did you leave?
All right, I'll hear the question.
Why did you leave Jose's?
All right, that objection will be overruled. You can answer.
Because of the abuse that was going on with Mercedes.
Why hadn't you left sooner?
Because I didn't feel like I had somewhere to go.
What about you could have went back to your dad?
That made you finally leave?
Jeanette offered me a ride to her house and that I could stay with her, and she said that we would be safe there because Che wasn't gonna show.
Your Honor, here's the, Jeff.
Sustained.
You can't talk about what anyone else said, okay? Where did you go when you left Jose's?
To Jeanette's apartment.
What was the condition of Mercedes at this time?
Very bad.
How was she acting?
Tired. I can't remember.
You don't remember.
Can you tell the jury what happened the morning of February 7th, 2022?
I got up. I started washing clothes. The girls were there in Jeanette's apartment, and we were there by ourselves.
Objection narrative.
Overruled.
And I had an interview. I did the interview, and it was about 3:30, and Mercedes kind of like looked sick, like her body just didn't look okay. And soon after that, Jeanette and Jose showed up to the house, to the apartment, and that's when we moved the scenery to Jose's apartment, and she started throwing up really badly, and we were trying to figure out what was wrong with her.
I'm gonna back up a little bit. February 7th, how many days had passed since you left Jose's?
2.5.
Had the girls seen Jose since you left his apartment?
No.
Had Mercedes been eating?
Yes and no.
What do you mean by that?
Because like she wouldn't eat every day, but she was eating.
Okay. On the day of February 7th, did you feed her?
She fed herself, but she did eat.
Okay. Was there ever a time where you stuck a utensil in her mouth?
No.
on that day, did Mercedes fall and hit her head at all?
Yes, ma'am.
What did she hit her head on?
She hit her head on like a lamp that was standing up, a tall lamp.
After she hit her head, was she conscious?
Yes.
What happened next?
I laid her down, and that's when Jose showed up to the apartment, and we took her to his apartment.
Okay. Did you call Jose and ask him to come?
I think I texted him.
Who all went to his apartment?
Jordan, Mercedes, and myself.
How far away is Jose's apartment from Jeanette's apartment?
A walking distance.
Is it the same complex?
Yes, ma'am.
Was this the Henry V apartment?
No.
Had anyone called 911? When you got to Jose's apartment, what was happening to Mercedes?
She was vomiting, and she was still responsive. She was talking. She was making requests, like she wanted some water. She was just throwing up.
What was she throwing up?
I had fed her that morning some bananas and ramen noodle and some Danimals, so I guess she was throwing that up.
Okay. I know you just said you had fed her. Do you literally mean
No.
you physically fed her?
No.
What else is happening to Mercedes' body while you're at Jose's?
Her feet started to get cold.
What did you do?
I put warm water in a bucket, and I put her feet in the bucket.
At this point, had anyone called 911?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I didn't think that she was dying.
Why didn't you go to the hospital?
I did go to the hospital, but it was too late.
Did Jose say anything to you about taking Mercedes to the hospital?
No.
Did you tell Jose that you did not want to go to the hospital?
No.
Were you and Jose talking about how you were afraid you were going to get caught if you took her to the hospital?
No.
Were there any discussions going on while Mercedes is dying?
She was still responsive, so we were just talking to her, telling her if she's okay, how does she feel, and between each other, we were just trying to figure out what was wrong with Mercedes.
At any point, did you have to perform CPR on Mercedes?
Yes.
How many times?
One time.
Who performed CPR on Mercedes?
Jose.
Did Mercedes regain consciousness after Jose performed CPR?
Yes.
And still, have you called 911 or taken her to the hospital?
That's when we took her to the hospital.
Was Mercedes conscious when you took her to the hospital?
Yes.
Mercedes was awake when you took her to the hospital?
She was still vomiting, so I don't know.
What time did you take her to the hospital? Do you know?
No.
Who all took Mercedes to the hospital?
Me and Jose.
Okay. What happened to Jordan?
Jordan was with Jeanette.
Tell me about the car ride. Where are you sitting in the car on the way to the hospital?
I'm in the front seat with Mercedes in my arms.
And who's driving?
Jose's driving.
Is Mercedes breathing at this time?
I couldn't tell.
Do you know where Jeanette worked at this time?
No.
What hospital did you take Mercedes to?
I think it was the Baptist Hospital.
Do you know what side of town it was on?
The south side.
I have a moment, Judge, to look through evidence. Oh. I'm showing you showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize this as a map of San Antonio?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell where Jose's new apartment was on this map?
Right there.
Where that X is?
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay. I'm going to put it on the screen so you can follow along on your screen, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So this X right here, is that what you just testified to?
Yes.
Okay. And where is the hospital that you took Mercedes to?
At the red point.
At the red point all the way over here.
Yes.
How long did it take you to get to that hospital?
Maybe about 15 minutes.
How many hospitals did you pass along the way?
I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, what's
0.
the answer?
I'm not sure.
The answer should be 0. We stopped at the first one.
What happened when you get to the hospital?
They took Mercedes, and then not too long later they said that she didn't make it.
Were you surprised?
Yes. I was devastated.
Can tell. I can tell.
Was Jordan at the hospital?
Yes.
Whose phone did you have?
Jose's.
Why did you have his phone?
Because I didn't have one.
When did you take his phone?
That day, a couple minutes before we arrived at the hospital.
Prior to that day, would you use his phone?
I would take pictures of him sometimes, or take a picture of us, but that's about it.
While you were at the hospital, did you make a phone call using his phone?
Good question.
Yes.
Who did you call?
My dad.
Did you call anyone else?
No.
Did anyone call you while you were at the hospital?
Jose.
While you were on the phone with Jose, did he express concerns to you?
No. Well,
Did he ask you to do anything?
to bring his phone outside.
How did that phone conversation go?
I was screaming, telling him that my daughter just passed away, that I'm not worried about a phone, and that he needs to stop calling because I'm talking to the officers.
How many times did he ask you to bring him his phone?
Like 5 times.
Why wasn't Jose in the hospital with you?
I don't know. He just didn't go in.
Did you tell him not to go in?
No.
I'll pass the witness.
Ooh,
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Connolly.
she's like,
Long day.
good afternoon.
All, I'm going to start from the beginning because it's, you told amazing things about what Jose did to Mercedes. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't you do the same things to her?
No, I didn't.
Do you realize that there are 6,015 pages of CPS reports about you?
No, I didn't know that.
You didn't know that. Do you know Angelica Edwards?
Yes.
Do you know she made a report to CPS about you?
I'm gonna object to hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you know that she ever made reports about you?
Hold on, before we just roll past that. No pun intended. How in the hell is there over 6,600 pages of reports with CPS about you, and they don't have your kids? There's people that don't even do anything that lose their kids. I don't understand what happened here. And I get CPS isn't perfect. I know I always say that. 6,600 pages against her. Exactly, Roseanne. Just get them somewhere. Get them somewhere safe. I can't with these people. Sorry, I didn't mean to put that up there, Gabby. I just I don't understand. I don't understand. There was just failure everywhere.
Again, Judge, same objection, the same.
That'll be overruled. You can answer. You know.
No, I didn't know.
I thought
She's
Carmen
my
said you're
god
still
sister.
screaming.
Your god's sister? Okay, and sorry, there's so many reports here.
No object to sidebar comment.
I'm sorry, I was speaking to myself. I apologize for that.
All right, so this is what everyone needs to remember. If you're talking out loud to yourself, you need to speak up because the court reporter is taking down everything everyone says. Thank you. All right, you can ask your next question.
I'm looking for my notes, Your Honor. Sorry to take so long.
Did Hamilton really leave? Because she's been a member for a month too, and I haven't been able to give her the proper acknowledgement because it's been horrible timing.
Was Angelica Edwards afraid of you?
No,
Did she ever say she was afraid of you?
no,
Were any members of your family afraid of you, if you know?
no,
Do you remember the CPS visit at Homer's house where Angelica lived back in January of 2022?
yes.
And what happened at that meeting?
They just talked to Jordan and Mercedes by themselves, and they asked them a few questions, and they said that it looks okay, that everything's good, and that they were gonna be closing the case.
At that time, did the CPS worker have Angelica, Mercedes take off her clothes at any time?
No,
Did she examine the body of Mercedes at that time?
no,
But she said everything was okay anyway.
yes,
And there were apparently no marks visible at that time on Mercedes. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And what about her hair? What did Mercedes' hair look like at that visit?
She had a full head.
Sorry?
She had a full head of
She had
hair.
a full head of hair? There's pictures that we saw of Mercedes while you were testifying where she had hardly any hair. Most of her hair was removed. None of that happened prior to February 7th?
No,
Now, I'm not sure that I heard it correctly, but how did you describe Mercedes' bad behavior?
I don't think they asked me that.
I didn't ask you. It was Mrs.
All right, just, excuse me, ask your question and just answer the question.
Do you recall, how would you describe Mercedes' bad behavior? I believe you said it earlier, but how would you describe it again? Her bad behavior. What did she do that was so bad?
She would just talk back or not keep her hands still while she's in timeout, or
What was that you said?
she would not keep her hands still while she was in timeout.
She wouldn't keep her hands still. What did you mean by that?
She would be touching and grabbing things or like looking around or trying to watch TV on the side, talking, trying to get her sister to talk to her and stuff like that.
Where did timeout occur? Was she always put in the closet?
No, at first she was just put in the room in a corner.
In the corner? And what instructions was she given when she was put in the corner?
To put her hands behind her back and not touch anything and be quiet. And if you cry, then you stay longer.
Were you criticized for your behavior towards her when she was in timeout?
No,
Were you criticized for using clothing to tie her arms and hands when she was in timeout?
I didn't do that.
Were you ever criticized for it? I didn't ask if you did it. Were you ever criticized for it?
No,
So if it turns up in reports, the reports are wrong. Is that right?
yes, ma'am.
So timeout, she would use her hands, move them around, she'd try to grab at things. What else did she do that was so bad?
She didn't really do much bad.
Then why was she beaten so much?
Jose didn't like a lot of things that she did.
I didn't say what did Jose do. I said, why was she beaten so much? You testified that you beat her with a belt. Why?
I didn't say I beat her with a belt.
Never said that?
No, I said I whooped her with a belt.
You would what?
I spanked her with a belt.
You spanked her with a belt.
Yes.
Isn't that called beating too?
No.
Okay, so how else was she bad? Mercedes.
Like I said, she wouldn't say her ABCs, or she didn't count numbers, or she
Objection. Just a moment, please. She wouldn't say her ABCs. What was the context of that? Like, does she just automatically have to spurt them, or?
no, Jose would ask her to say her ABCs.
All right, stop. Everyone, it needs to be one person at a time, otherwise the court reporter is not going to take down the record.
Apologies, Miss Diana. So when we're talking about when she was bad, and you want to go to Jose.
Did she just call the judge by her first name? What's that judge's first name? Or did she apologize? Please tell me she just apologized to the court reporter and called her by her first name. I don't think the judge would take being called by her first name. I don't know. My brain is probably just not working. I wish the worst thing my kids ever did was not say their freaking ABCs. And I don't have bad kids. They just could irritate me and stress me out. But not to that extent.
Why did you think she was bad about ABCs? How did that come up?
I didn't know. I would get mad at her because she would lie, or she would talk back, or she wouldn't do exactly what I told her to do, or she would play with things in timeout, or watch TV while I told her not to. She would I had these like vitamin gummies, and like I fell asleep one time, and she wanted to open the vitamin gummies and eat them as candy, so she got in trouble for that.
What did she do? Was she destructive towards things? Did she break things and deliberately break things, or throw
No.
things, or
No,
did she steal from you?
no,
Was she violent toward you? Did she hit you, or?
sometimes yes, sometimes she would kick me when I would spank her, or she'll claw at me, or do stuff like
wow.
that.
She would claw at you.
Sometimes
Why would she kick you?
she would kick me because I would try to bend her over to spank her in her butt, and she didn't want to bend over, so she would kick and squirm.
Did you expect her to voluntarily bend over while you smacked her?
Yes,
Why was that?
I mean, if I tell you you're gonna get a spanking, then you should be ready for a spanking.
You should be ready for it.
Yes,
Did you ever spank Jordan?
yes,
And she would just bend over and let you
yes,
without hesitation.
yes.
And that was your definition of a good child, right?
That's good behavior.
If needed. What other things did she do specifically that got her in trouble? Mercedes, I'm talking about.
I think I already answered that question.
Well, indulge me. What else was there?
Nothing else.
Nothing else.
Not that I can remember.
So the The worst thing she ever did was not listen to you, talk back to you, not cooperate when you were trying to smack her or beat her. Yes?
I never claimed to smack her or beat her.
When we were trying to get her to turn over so you could, what to her?
Spank her butt.
Spank her butt. So when she wouldn't cooperate so that you could spank her butt, that was a bad act. Is that right?
Yes.
Have I covered all the bad acts that she's done?
She would lie.
What would she lie about?
Like for instance, there was this one time that they were on the balcony and um, she was throwing the gummy bears off of the balcony, and I told her not to get near the balcony because you can fall and you can end up on the ground. And
could end
so
up
when I
dead.
asked her, I said, Mercedes, I saw you do this. And she said, no, I didn't do that. And I saw her do it. So she lied.
So that was considered a lie by you. And that was bad behavior, in your opinion?
Yes.
What did you do to her when she lied about throwing gummy bears up the balcony?
Put her in timeout.
And where was the timeout? Was it in the closet this time?
No, it was in the room.
In the room? Which room?
In me and Jose's room.
You're in Jose's room. Where was this?
In Henry B. Apartments.
And what floor were you on?
The second floor?
What kind of a fence was around the balcony?
I don't remember.
And you considered it to be you and Jose's room, but you didn't live there. You were just staying there, right?
No, I moved in for 3 weeks.
You moved in for 3 weeks. When was this?
When was what?
When did you move in for 3 weeks?
Sometime in January.
In February of what year?
January 2022.
January of 2022 is when you moved in. You hadn't lived there before that?
I mean, I would stay the night, but we didn't live there. I didn't have none of my belongings there or anything like that.
Where were you living at that time?
At Homer's house.
At Homer's house, and that was where Angelica lived as well, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so you were hardly at Jose's house at all prior?
No, we were there a lot.
You were there a lot. Did the kids go to school?
They were enrolled, but they didn't really go to school.
Why?
I don't know. I just liked having them with me.
You what?
I like to have them with me.
So you didn't send them to school?
Sometimes I did, but they had a hard time of getting dropped off, and I didn't like to see them cry.
No.
Was that true?
No, objection.
I'm sorry. They would get dropped off. They cried when they got dropped off, and you didn't like to see them cry. That's rich. That's rich. I'm sorry. I'll back it up.
Relevant.
Right.
You what?
I like to have them with me.
So you didn't send them to school?
Sometimes I did, but they had a hard time of getting dropped off, and I didn't like to see them cry.
You lived a lot. Was that true?
No, objection, relevant.
Relevant says where the kids went to school.
Sustained. Ask your next question.
Where did the kids go to school?
I forgot the name.
Where was it located?
Near Moorbach in 410?
Moorbach in 410. Didn't you live on the south side?
No,
Where did Homer live?
Moorbach in 410.
Moorbach in 410. And how long did they go to school? What grades were they?
Jordan was in first grade, and Mercedes was in kindergarten.
In kindergarten. At some school near 410 and Moorbach.
I think it was called Hatchet. I'm not sure.
Hatchet, right. And where was your pediatrician?
No, objection, relevant.
Overruled. Yes, you can answer.
Vivia Pediatrics in the South Side.
And next to what hospital was that?
Southwest General Hospital.
Southwest General. And that's where you took Mercedes the night she was dead, right?
No,
Was it?
no, it was the Baptist Hospital
Baptist Hospital where?
in the South Side.
Was it across from the pediatricians?
No,
You took her to a Baptist hospital, and that's the only name of the Baptist hospital?
yes.
Wasn't called Texas Vista?
I don't know, maybe,
Maybe.
but I know it was the Baptist hospital.
Okay, the Baptist Hospital. So, you lived with Homer, Angelica lived there too. The kids went to, you think, the Hatchet School over by Marbach and 410, but they didn't go regularly.
Yeah, they didn't go regularly.
And whose responsibility was it for those children to go to school?
Mine.
And why didn't you take them to school?
Object to ask and answer.
Overruled.
Relevant.
Overruled.
What was the question?
Why didn't you take them to school?
They didn't like to depart from me.
I'm sorry?
They didn't like to depart from me.
But you're the parent. Didn't you feel it was your responsibility to take them to school?
Yes, I mean, they went to daycare for a long time and they would go to daycare, but when they started school, they didn't really like to go to school, so I would feel bad and I would keep them with me.
If they didn't want to go, so you would feel bad and they didn't go to school, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you think that's appropriate?
No, I should have made better choices.
I'm sorry?
No, I should have made better choices.
Yes. Did they stop going to, when did they stop going to school?
I can't say.
When you were staying with Jose at the Henry B apartments, did they go to school then?
No.
What did the children do all day?
Well, they did go to school. Like, it's not like they never went to school, because even when I had the CPS case, they told me that the school had made a complaint that they smelled like cigarettes. So they did go to school. It's just some days they just wouldn't go to school. They would stay with me.
Cigarettes is interesting. Did you smoke?
No,
Why did they smell cigarettes?
I don't know. I didn't think they did because I don't smoke cigarettes.
Is it true that Mercedes had asthma?
Yes,
And did you prevent her from being around cigarette smoke?
nobody smoked in the house, so I don't know why they made that allegation.
What other complaints, if any, did the school make about you?
That's it. That's all the CPS told me.
Is that why you really stopped taking them to school, because there were complaints?
No,
If we were to contact the school, what would they tell us?
Objection, hearsay, and speculation.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase that. So nobody in the house at Homer smoked?
no,
When you were at various other places, how many other places besides Jose's did you stay at?
that's it.
Didn't you have another boyfriend that you stayed at in December
Oh, yeah.
2021?
Yes,
What was his name?
his name was Damon Gonzalez.
David Rosas. And did the children stay with you then when you were at his house?
Yes,
And who did he live with?
he lives with his grandmother.
Did she have complaints about you too?
No,
She was happy that you were there?
yes.
Did they smoke?
Damon smoked.
So maybe that was his smoke that was the school was complaining about with the children?
Object to relevance.
Overruled.
I answered.
Yes, you can answer.
Yes, maybe, but he didn't smoke cigarettes. He smoked weed,
Oh, he smoked weed.
and he wouldn't do it around the girls.
So when the school complained about smoke, they weren't necessarily speaking about cigarette smoke.
No, they said cigarettes.
And you have no idea who smoked cigarettes around them.
I don't know why they would say that,
Well, they did though, apparently. You said,
but I don't know why they said that.
well, if they were with you all the time and the school complained about smoke, where was the smoke coming from?
I'm gonna object to ask and answer.
That'll be overruled. If you know the answer, you can answer.
I don't know.
You had a pediatrician. What was the name of the pediatrician?
I think her name was Veronica Zamora or something like that.
And did you miss appointments with Miss Veronica?
No,
Dr. Veronica?
No.
Never missed appointments?
no.
if we had medical records from your pediatrician, 78 pages, and it says there that you missed 8, 12 appointments, the records would be wrong. Is that right?
Most likely, yes.
I'm sorry?
Most likely, yes.
Their records are wrong. Correct. What treatment was given to your children by the pediatrician?
What do you mean?
What treatment did she give them for what?
They would only go.
Sorry, I was eating. I was eating almonds. Anyway, DG. This is a case in San Antonio, Texas, that started this past week, and it's about this woman who's on the stand, her 5-year-old daughter, and this woman's boyfriend and her are accused of allegedly causing her death by beating her, torturing her, and she took a plea deal. She's facing up to 45 years. She's testifying against him. This is his trial, and this is the defense is cross-examining her right now. He's facing life. They're kind of the defense is trying to blame her for doing it. She's, of course, making him out to be the more awful one. Her oldest daughter, Jordan, we heard on day one, tells CPS that Jose, the boyfriend, did things, and that she also did things. It's a horrible story. They put this poor little girl through a whole lot. And it's can get really hard to listen to at times. So just beware. And sorry, I was muted.
Go for like their yearly checkups.
Was Mercedes diagnosed with asthma?
I've already said yes to that.
Wasn't there a treatment plan for asthma provided by the doctor's office?
No, her asthma didn't act up all the time, so they just said that she would have an asthma pump. She didn't really use it.
Did you have one for her?
Yes,
Where did you get the asthma pump?
from the pharmacy.
Which pharmacy was that?
I don't know.
You don't know? How did you get it? If you don't know who
There was a referral.
It was a referral, but referral from the doctor to a pharmacy, and they provided an asthma inhaler,
Yes.
but you don't know where the pharmacy was.
No, I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
Did you have more than one pharmacy?
I don't know.
You're saying there was no treatment plan for asthma for a child?
No, she didn't have asthma like that. She didn't act up. Her asthma didn't act up like that.
If we bring Dr. Zamora Campos, do you think she would say something different?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustain.
What would she say?
Objection calls for speculation and hearsay.
What
Sustain.
did she say?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustain.
Is it your testimony clearly that there was no treatment plan for your child's asthma?
Objection asked and answered.
That'll be overruled.
Yes.
When you said that there were times that Mercedes held her breath, could it have been related to her asthma?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustain.
You're her mother. If she couldn't breathe, did you try to determine why?
I don't get that question.
I'm sorry, you don't get that question? You testified, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that she would hold her breath.
Yeah, she did that like 1 or 2 times
One or two times. Why did she do it?
because she was mad. She was angry.
I'm sorry?
She was mad. She was angry.
Was it possible that she was not able to breathe because of her asthma?
No,
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 she was just angry.
yes.
What did she display about having asthma? What conduct did she display?
None really. Like I said, it didn't act up like that.
Her asthma didn't act up like that?
No,
Was she able to feed herself?
yes.
From what age? Do you remember?
Mm, 1?
From the age of 1. And did you take her to the doctors for anything other than her yearly shots?
Yes, I believe so. I can't remember for what, but I know that we made appointments for different things.
What kind of things?
I can't really remember, to be honest.
How many children do you have?
2.
You can't remember what treatment they had for 1 or 2 children?
Can object to argumentative and has to be answered.
Overruled.
Why don't you know when you had 2 children?
Because I'm sure it's been over 3 years that I took them to the doctor.
And you just don't remember.
Exactly.
I don't know where the biological dad is of these girls. I think Jordan's was in the picture, but we never did hear about Mercedes.
Other than Damien, was there anybody else you lived with?
No.
And you worked.
Yes.
What did you do for a job?
I used to work at Console Plus as a call center, and then I worked at Spectrum's call center, and then I danced at Diamond Show Club, Sugars, and Perfect 10.
Sugars. All right. When did you work? What was the time period that you worked?
I believe when I was like 18 and 19, I worked at Cons
At
and
what?
at Cons,
What does that mean?
Console Plus, the call center.
Home furnishing or?
Yes, the call center though.
It was a call center for a furniture place.
Yes,
Okay, and that was when you were 18 or 19. What was that time? What years were they? I don't know how old you were.
2018, 2019.
2019. Okay.
You heard her,
how many
Gabby.
children At that time, is that right?
Yes.
And where were the children when you worked?
Daycare.
Daycare. Where was that daycare?
I can't remember.
Where was the place that you worked?
Near 410.
410 and what?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
And it was just cons. Did you have a car?
Yes.
You were able to drive to work?
Yes.
Was it your car or someone else's?
It was my car.
Did you always have that car or just for a short period or what?
I believe I had a BMW for a little while.
A
And
BMW?
yes.
What year?
A 2002.
In 2002. Oh, a 2002 model. Okay, thank you. All right. How did you get that BMW?
Object to relevant.
Sustained.
When you worked, were you able to buy a car?
And object to relevant.
Sustained.
Did you have a car when you were moving around to these different places that you lived?
And object to relevant.
Overruled.
Did I have a car?
Yes.
Yes.
And what kind of a car was it? The same BMW?
And object to relevant.
Sustained.
What kind of car was it?
And object to relevant.
Sustained.
How did you get to the various places that you lived?
I have a car.
Object to relevant.
Overruled.
I had a car.
You had a car. And that's how you were able to travel?
Yes.
Now, you said you worked at Cons for a year or so. And then where else did you work?
And then when I was like 19 and 20, I worked at Spectrum's as a collection specialist. And I was there for almost like a year and a half. And then COVID hit and I had a sick leave. So I stayed at home and got paid for like 3 months. And after that, then my godmother was really sick. And so I moved back in with them. And
Well, where were you living?
I had an apartment.
You had your own apartment?
Yes.
Who did you live with?
Just myself and my girls,
And both children?
both my girls.
Okay, and who watched them then?
Daycare.
Daycare. You had day shifts?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you work after that?
After that, I was like 20, 21, and I started dancing at
Oh no, that's YouTube's gone. Am I still here?
At night, who watched the children then?
Angelica and Ronnie and my godfather.
Family.
Yes.
Hang on, I don't know what just happened.
And that's where, or
I'm just going to back it up just a minute because I don't know what happened. DG, you should have seen the state and the defense go at it the first day of trial. It is something I have never seen. They were so childish to each other. I can't believe that Judge Boyd put up with it.
was it possible that she was not able to breathe?
Oh,
because
sorry,
of
that's way far back.
No.
No,
No.
she was just angry.
No.
No?
No.
Where did you meet him?
I met him at Diamond Show Club.
Diamond
That's too
Show
far
club.
forward.
Show Club.
I'll get it. It's been a long day, guys. I maybe need to go back further. I would probably be good. Sorry.
Other than Damien, was there anybody else you lived with?
No.
And you worked.
Yes.
What did you do for a job?
I used to work at Cons Home Plus
All
as
right,
a
sorry.
call center, and then I worked at Spectrum's call center, and then I danced at Diamond Show Club,
I know y'all want
Sugars,
to hear
and
it again.
Perfect 10.
All right, when did you work? What was the time period that you worked?
I believe when I was like 18 and 19, I worked at Cons
At
and
what?
at Cons,
What does that mean?
Cons Home Plus, the call center.
Home furniture or?
Yes, the call center though.
It was a call center for a furniture place.
Yes,
Okay, and that was when you were 18 or 19. What was that time? What years were they? I don't know how old you were.
2018, 2019.
2019. Okay, and you had children at that time, is that right?
Yes.
And where were the children when you worked?
Daycare.
Daycare. Where was that daycare?
I can't remember.
Where was the place that you worked?
Near 410.
410 and what?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
And this was just Cons. Did you have a car?
Yes.
You were able to drive to work?
Yes.
Was it your car or someone else's?
It was my car.
Did you always have that car or just for a short period or what?
I believe I had a BMW for a little while.
A
And
BMW?
yes.
What year?
A 2002.
In 2002.
She thought she was saying she had a BMW in 2002.
Model. Okay, thank you. All right.
I don't know if you guys caught that the first time.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Object irrelevant.
Sustained.
Sorry, we're going through all the objections again.
Object irrelevant.
Sustained.
You have a car
Did I have a car?
Yes.
Yes.
And what kind of a car was it? Same BMW?
Sustained.
How did you get to the various places that you lived?
I have a car.
Overruled.
I had a car.
You had a car. And that's how you were able to travel?
Yes.
Now,
He
you
was
said
like
you
20
worked
years
in
old, Gabby.
Collins for a year or so. And then where else did you work?
And then when I was like 19 and 20, I worked at Spectrum's as a collection specialist. And I was there for almost like a year and a half. And then COVID hit and I had a sick leave. So I stayed at home and got paid for like 3 months. And after that, then my godmother was really sick. And so I moved back in with them. And
Where were you living?
I had an apartment.
You had your own apartment?
Yes.
Who did you live with?
Just myself and my girls,
And both children?
both my girls.
Okay, and who watched them then?
Daycare.
Daycare. You had day shifts?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you work after that?
After that, I was like 20, 21, and I started dancing at
Okay, so then that was not me. And I went all the way back there for nothing.
At night, who watched the children then?
Angelica and Ronnie and my godfather.
Family?
Yes.
So you worked at Sugars, and that's where, or Perfect 10, that's where you met Jose?
No.
Now? No?
No.
Where did you meet him?
I met him at Diamond Show Club.
Diamond
Show Club.
Show Club. Where's that?
I don't know.
Where was Perfect 10?
Object to relevant.
Overruled.
I don't know. I'm not good with directions.
No kidding.
I'm not asking for directions, I'm asking for locations.
I'm not good with that. I don't know. I would GPS everything.
You GPS everything. So, then you did have a phone in those days, yes?
Yes.
Like being a mom.
In the days when you were at Perfect 10 and Diamond, whatever, and Sugars, did you have a place to live on your own
No, I was staying with Homer.
with Homer? And there was no objection to where you worked, is that right?
No.
What point did you meet Jose on Hell?
I can't remember.
Was he before or after Damien?
After.
After Damien. Did you live with Damien?
I'm gonna object to relevant.
Overruled.
Did you live with him prior to Jose?
Yes.
Where?
At 939 Dilly Place.
I'm sorry?
939 Dilly Place.
How can you remember that?
I lived there for 4 years.
Oh, for 4 years. Were you married to him?
No.
Were you engaged to him?
Object to relevant.
Sustained.
What was your relationship with him?
Object to relevant.
Sustained.
Did you have a room with him?
No.
Was it just him living with you and your children?
No, I said his grandma lived there.
So he didn't have his own place, he lived with his grandma,
Yes.
and you lived there.
Yes, and in the beginning, his mom also lived there too.
I'm sorry?
When I first moved in, his mom, his brother, and his grandma lived there.
Why is that relevant?
You asked me who lived there.
Okay, thank you. But you knew that location, you knew where that was, right?
Yes.
Was it near any of the places that you worked?
No.
Object to relevant.
All right, that'll be untimely. She's already answered. Ask your next question.
When you were living with Damien, what years was that?
Object to relevant.
Overruled. You can answer if you know.
I don't know.
When did you get pregnant with Mercedes?
When I was 15,
What year was that?
Oh my gosh, don't start this again.
2015.
2015. And this is when you lived with Homer, is that right?
No,
Their dad?
yes.
What period of time did you live with him?
From 2011 to 2015.
And he's the father of both of your daughters?
Yes.
I don't think it's me.
There was some speculation.
I'm gonna object to hearsay.
Well, let me hear the question.
There was some speculation that he was not the father of Mercedes.
I'm gonna object to hearsay and
Is that true?
Sustained.
Okay, what's happening?
Was Homer the father of this
I'm
child?
gonna object.
What's your objection? Just a moment.
Relevant.
Sustained.
Why did you dislike Mercedes so much?
I never said I disliked her.
Your conduct said otherwise.
I'm gonna object to argumentative sidebar.
Sustained.
How many times did CBS examine your lifestyle in regards to the children?
I want to say about like my whole life.
Well, the children aren't that old. I'm only interested, there are,
Well, since I've been a mother,
all right, since you've been a mother, that's a better way of putting it. How many times did they examine you?
maybe 5 times,
5 times?
as I can remember.
You can remember. Did they investigate you when you were living with the father of your girls?
Yes,
And how many times was it then?
I can remember.
Did they have the same dad? I
Do
must
you
have.
know why they investigated you?
I believe that somebody made a false report that I was being neglectful towards Jordan.
Was that the occasion when they investigated you because of the hand mark on Mercedes' body?
No,
When was that?
that
Was that the
was
next boyfriend?
no. I was living with my dad, my biological father at the time, and I was at work at KFC, and
At where?
KFC.
Oh,
I was about like 16 years old when that happened. 16, 17 years old.
when you say biological father, excuse me for prying, but is that different than Homer?
Yes,
Okay. And you have a relationship with your biological father? Is that
yes.
correct? How long were you living with him?
I'm gonna object to relevant.
Sustained.
When were you living with him?
I'm gonna object to relevant.
Sustained.
Were you a parent when you were living with him?
I'm gonna object to relevant.
That'll be overruled. You can answer.
Yes,
With which child?
both.
Both children?
Yes.
And you don't recall the nature of why you were investigated?
I said that they had made a false allegation that I was being neglectful towards Jordan.
Towards Jordan. What did they say that was wrong?
I'm gonna object, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
What was the nature of their complaint about your mishandling of Jordan?
I'm gonna object, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you know why they investigated you?
I'm gonna object, calls for hearsay.
Overruled. You can answer.
What was the question?
Do you know why they were investigating you?
I know at the time I didn't know, but they don't tell you like who said it or who made an allegation.
I'm not interested in who, I'm interested in why. Why did they,
I said that because they were concerned about abuse towards Jordan.
what kind of abuse was charged?
They didn't tell me. They just said that I was being neglectful.
What did that mean to you?
I'm gonna object to relevant.
What's the relevancy?
The relevance of why she's being investigated by CBS?
All right, that objection is sustained.
Just for clarity, Vern, I'm not allowed to find out why CBS investigated.
As it relates to Jordan, that is sustained.
Okay, thank you. But there was no allegation of Mercedes at the same time, you said she was there then.
Yeah, there was no allegation towards Mercedes at the time.
I guess calling her daughter's testimony was wrong. It was questioning by CPS, and that happened. You can hear it on day one.
Jordan was a baby, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And actually Mercedes wasn't born yet, or was she?
No, she was.
So. After you worked at KFC, you worked at the strip clubs.
No, after I worked at KFC, I started working at Laguna Madre and McDonald's, and then I started working at Cons, and then I started working at Spectrum. No,
When did you work at Cons? Discuss that?
All right, so here's the thing, and this is the last time I'm going to say it. You all cannot speak over each other. If you continue to do that, guess what? The court reporter is not going to be able to take it down. And Diana, if they continue to speak over each other, you can't take it down, then it will not be taken down. Everyone needs to wait till the question is asked. If there's an objection, the objection then can be made, and I will make a ruling on that objection. If you hear either of the parties make an objection, don't say anything. Wait till I make my ruling. If you don't understand my ruling, you can ask me whether or not you can answer it. Do you understand?
Yes,
Ask your question.
When Mercedes was born, you lived with your biological father. Where did you go next?
objection relevant.
Sustained.
Where did sustain?
Yes, I sustained it.
I can't find out where Mercedes.
I have entered my objection. I have sustained it. Ask your next question.
Sorry.
When is the first time CPS interviewed you in regard to Mercedes?
I can't remember.
Were
I don't know,
most of the
but I would say
complaints
public
against you
defender,
about
but I don't know.
Mercedes or Jordan?
Both.
Both. And the nature of those complaints.
All my CPS cases got dismissed and closed, except for this last one.
All right. So 6,000 pages were all dismissed. Would they say something different?
No,
I don't get that. I don't get that. Yeah, she didn't know how many CPS cases she had, and there was over 6,600
Anyone other
pages
than
filed.
Jose
report
allegedly
there.
Mercedes?
I did.
You did.
Yes.
And did Damien or your biological father or?
No.
Yeah, I don't get it. Yep, one's bad enough, and she's just like, oh no.
Do you know that Jordan gave a statement about what happened with Mercedes?
I'm aware of that.
You're aware of what she said?
I didn't get to hear what she said, but I'm aware that she made a statement.
She talked about what happened the day she died. If Jordan said that you were jamming food down Mercedes' throat, would she be telling the truth?
No.
If Jordan said that Mercedes kept spitting it up, that you were gorging her mouth and she spit it up, that would not be the truth?
No.
If Jordan said that you got angry and jammed a spoon accidentally down her throat, would she be lying?
No. Wait, yes. Sorry.
She just tripped her up.
If Jordan said that when you jammed the spoon down Mercedes' throat, she fell on the floor from the chair she was in and didn't breathe again. She'd be lying, yes?
Yes.
And if she said that you tried to give her breath, but you couldn't, that Mercedes stopped breathing, Jordan would be lying. Is that true?
Yes.
Jordan's a big liar, isn't she?
I mean, she was lying about that, yes.
Why would she lie about that?
I'm not sure. Maybe somebody coached her.
No, the police, excuse me. According to the police, you had no opportunity to talk to her, and she was taken from right away to a social worker and gave the statement.
I'm gonna object to sidebar comment, not asking questions.
If
All
she
right,
made
excuse me. What's your objection?
Sidebar comment, no question.
All right, that'll be sustained.
if she made these statements, and the only people that we know of this she was with were the CPS people.
Sustained.
Rephrase. She made these statements, and there's no indication. You didn't speak to her again after Mercedes' death. Is that correct?
That's correct, but she was in Jose and Jeanette's care before she arrived at the hospital.
Yeah, that shocked me when she said
No, I
that.
wasn't.
Where were you?
I was inside the hospital with Mercedes.
Jeanette was with Jose?
Yes, they were together.
They were together. Where? In the car?
I don't know. I just know that Jose came to drop off Jordan and he got her from Jeanette, and Jeanette and Jose were together because when Jose was calling my phone, well, his phone, and I was in the hospital and he was asking for his phone, he was with Jeanette and Jordan.
Jeanette and Jordan were in the car at that time.
I don't know.
If the policeman said something different, would he be lying too?
Said something different about what?
About who was in the car. Do you know that the policeman interviewed Jose at the hospital? It's even on video. Did you know that?
No.
We saw a video earlier, and he was being interviewed, and he didn't indicate that there was a child in the car with someone else.
Well, he's the one that dropped off Jordan because
So
the
the
police told me.
All right, so here's the thing. How many times must I say? You all need to speak one person at a time. Is that hard for everybody to understand?
Not to understand, Your Honor, but I
We're taking a
apologize.
break. Ladies and gentlemen, the court reporter needs a break. So we're going to take a break. We're going to come back, and we're going to come back at 4:10. Is that enough time for everyone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Remember my previous instructions.
Judge is like, I'm gonna go scream into a pillow. So if you guys that are here that haven't seen the first day of this, so CPS, they had a CPS investigator on there, and they saw Mercedes in January. I don't know the time because I don't believe this woman. I don't believe anything that she says. She says it was 2 weeks before Mercedes passed away. And I'm saying it nicely. I'm saying it how I have to. But they saw her in January and they didn't do anything. She has 6,600 and some pages in a CPS file somewhere, and they didn't do anything. I just can't do it. I don't get it. But yes, so I think one thing that the defense attorney was trying to do there was get her to name dates. So, so you do remember this, and then it's conveniently you don't remember this. Because honestly, sitting here, she's got Shonda memory. She can remember the things that aren't bad, but can't remember the things that are bad. And Shonda can remember everything about herself. But so I don't know. I thought she was maybe going to bring it back around to that, but then she didn't, and I gave her too much credit for that apparently. So because The defense attorney's opening, if you didn't see that, it's not long. The state objected to it so many times that the judge had to excuse the jury, and then at one point was telling the, defense attorney, the one that's doing all the questioning now, basically what an opening statement is for, kinda had like, "This is what this is for, so it's not a closing argument, this is how you do it." It was so ridiculous. But then, like I said, they were so childish childish with each other that it just got just I've just like I said, never seen anything like it in my life. My gosh, I think my dogs are doing Royal Rumble downstairs. Oh, it happened a lot. A lot. Yes, that was so
All right,
funny.
everyone, please be seated.
Do you know what 911 is?
Defense, it's your witness.
Chrissy, I know how I just said it in my mind. Cutter. No, I didn't say it like that.
Regina, he's
I can't
testified,
do it.
I believe, that police were called to where you were living on at least 2 occasions? No, yes?
Say that again, what was that?
You testified, as I believe, and I'm not sure, correct me if I'm wrong, that police came at least twice to where you were living.
With Jose?
Anytime.
Well, I live different places, so
I
you.
understand that. How many times
Kinda
did police
vague.
come during your whole tenure as a mother?
I'm gonna object to all that.
Overruled.
When I was with Jose, I think they got called like 3 times.
I'm sorry,
3 times?
3 times? And did they make reports or come in or examine the children or anything?
No,
Did you talk to them or did Jose talk to them?
both of us.
Why were they there?
They had a complaint of noise or something like that.
Not a complaint about the safety of the children?
I'm gonna object, call for speculation and hearsay.
Overruled. You can answer if you know.
No, I don't know.
She's like,
I'm
the
sorry.
state objected,
You're
so I don't
saying
know.
that the police only came because of noise complaints, is that right?
That's what they told me.
And they're always in the daytime?
No, one time they came at night.
Did they come in the apartment?
No,
What was their reason for coming?
I don't know, we didn't answer the door
Why did you answer the door for police?
because Mercedes had bruises and I was scared.
Because why?
Mercedes had bruises and I was scared.
What were you scared of?
I was scared of Jose.
Jose? Why didn't you leave?
He had said that if we opened the door that he was gonna shoot the gun inside the house.
You said shoot the gun inside the house.
Yes,
That's
Reporter
new.
said she never saw a gun. Was she lying on that one too?
yes.
Well, we saw it on the video at the beginning of this
If
day.
he was gonna shoot the gun, why did you stay the next day? Why weren't you gone the next day? If he was
I
gonna
had
shoot-
nowhere to go.
There are shelters you could go to if somebody's gonna shoot a gun. What about the safety of your children?
I don't know.
When Mercedes died, Why were you feeding her that day?
I didn't feed her. I gave her food, but she fed herself.
She fed herself animal crackers,
No.
ramen noodles, bananas, what else?
Ramen noodles, bananas, and Danimals.
Animal cookies?
No, Danimals. Danimals yogurt.
Animals yogurt, okay. Wasn't that an awful lot? Does she always eat that much?
I mean, she didn't eat it all, but she was picking whatever she wanted to eat.
That's good,
You
DG.
also said that when she
That's not found
couldn't
much
get more
anymore.
breath, and although you tried to give her breath, that you then went to Jose's apartment.
Yes,
Was she
because
lying about that?
no, I mean, I didn't try to give her breath. She didn't run out of breath, but we did go to Jose's apartment after that.
But Jordan is definitely lying about the breath business.
Yes, she was still breathing.
She was still breathing. Okay, so you went to Jose's. He didn't come to your place first.
No,
right?
he did. He came to Jeanette's house, and then Jeanette got there, and we took Mercedes to to Jose's new apartment.
Jose's new apartment. Why did you go there?
Because Jeanette and her sons got there, and I didn't want anybody to get scared about what was going on.
What was going on?
Mercedes was throwing up, and she looked very ill, and she had two little boys, so I didn't want them to like get scared or anything like that. So we took her to Jose's apartment.
Why didn't you take her to the hospital when she was behaving like that?
I was scared that my kids were gonna get taken away.
Weren't you concerned about her care?
I didn't
Not what
think
happened to you, but her care?
I didn't think she was dying. I just thought that she ate too much or she just had an upset stomach.
So you saw the vomit, you saw pictures of vomiting. Where was she when she vomited at Jose's?
At Jose's
When she was at Jose's, where did she vomit?
on the bed,
On the bed. Okay, where else?
on the floor.
She was a pretty skinny little kid. Did she usually eat that much on her own?
She lost a lot of weight within those 3 weeks. She was really chubby.
She was chubby.
Mhm.
How much did she weigh at her chubbiest?
I don't know.
You don't know how much your child weighed?
That's what I said.
Why did you go to the hospital on the south side?
Because I needed my dad to be there with me, and I wasn't thinking. I was just acting in impulse.
You need your dad to be with you, but your child was dying.
I didn't know she was dying.
You didn't know. There are hospitals so much closer to Huebner than all the way on the south side. There's the medical center on the way. There's a Santa Rosa, the place is downtown. All these hospitals you passed. Miss Giovanco showed you the number of places in between, and you had them go all the way to the south side. Now you say when you were holding Mercedes in your lap on the way down in the car, you weren't sure if she was breathing or not.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if she was breathing or not.
What did you do to check if she was breathing or not?
I put my finger to her neck, or I felt her nose to see if she was breathing through her nose.
Where on her neck did you put your fingers?
Right here.
That doesn't tell you if somebody's breathing.
You checked her nose. How
I mean,
did
I
you do
guess.
that?
I
With your
know
hand,
it
with your face?
I just put my hand like that to her nose to see if she was breathing through her nose.
And was any breath coming out of her?
Yes,
Yes?
yes. At first there was.
First there was.
And then when there wasn't.
You took her into the hospital, was any breath coming out of her?
No.
What did you say when you got into the hospital?
I said, somebody help me, my baby's not breathing.
She was cold at that point, wasn't she?
No,
The hospital workers' report said that she was cold. Are they lying?
I'm not sure. I wasn't thinking. I was just holding her.
Is she yawning?
Was your
She just
father there when
yawned.
you got there?
Yes.
When did you call him?
On the way to the hospital.
On the way?
Yes.
You didn't call him beforehand from Jose's apartment?
No.
Why not?
I agree.
I don't know.
I don't know why you didn't call your father,
Yeah.
but you were going there specifically to see your father. That's what
No.
you said, or no, was I wrong on that?
No, you're
Yeah.
wrong.
I think she just yawned.
Do you mind clarifying it then?
I wanted my dad to be there so that way he can take Jordan, and I wanted to get to the hospital that she had been frequently visited before. I thought that was the smartest idea.
My understanding, I thought you said that it was just you and Jose and Mercedes in the car on the way to the hospital.
No, I said it was me, Jose, and Mercedes in the car when we were going to the hospital.
Yes. So why did you say Jordan was with you on the way?
I didn't say that.
Clarify it, I'm clearly wrong.
Jordan was with Jeanette.
And where was that?
They were supposed to be following us to the hospital, so she was in a different car.
She was in a different car following you.
Mhm.
Right. And you wanted your father there to get Jordan,
Yes,
yes? And you called him, and whose phone did you use?
Jose's.
Because you didn't have a phone?
Exactly.
When you were making phone calls to Jose up at the apartments, what phone were you using?
I used the text now app on the computer.
A text or the computer? What kind of a computer?
I don't know, it was Jeanette's.
Was it an iPad? Was it a laptop? Was it a?
It was a
PC?
laptop.
It was a laptop. Where was it?
That's relevant.
Sustained.
You texted from the computer. Did you use the computer regularly?
No, that's relevant.
Sustained.
You didn't have a phone at Jose's apartment when you went there, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So riding in the car, at what point did you call your father to be sure that he would be there?
When we were on the way.
All right,
But he
just
was
one-
there ahead of you.
Sorry, just one moment, please. Diana, you need your glasses. All right, you may continue.
Your father was at the hospital ahead of you. How far away did he live from the hospital?
Like 7 minutes.
7 minutes? It's amazing how accurate you are on that. Why are you accurate on 7 minutes?
I'm gonna object to sidebar comment relevant.
Sustained.
How did you know how far it was from where Homer was to the hospital?
You're welcome, DG.
I'm
It's
not
kind of-
talking about Homer.
Excuse me.
Who's
Once an objection is raised, you need to stop speaking. And I'll make a ruling. And if you don't know whether or not you should answer, you just ask me. The objection is sustained. Ask your next question.
When you met the father at the hospital, I thought it was Homer. Was it your biological father?
Yes.
And what was his name?
Rodolfo.
Rodolfo. But Rodolfo was at the hospital when you got there.
He was pulling up when we were pulling up.
He's pulling up. Okay. And didn't you tell Jose not to go in with your father? Your father didn't like him?
No, I didn't say that.
You didn't say that.
No.
When you were in the hospital, you called Jose on the phone.
No, he called his phone.
He used his phone. So what phone did you use?
He had 2 or 3 phones, so I had one of them.
You had one of them. And you did or didn't talk to Jose when you were in the hospital?
No, I did. He called like 3 times.
He called you 3 times. And did you answer all 3 times?
Yes.
And what did you say to him?
Overruled.
He was just asking about the phone and if I was okay, and that he was gonna be outside and that he had Jordan, or that he was gonna get Jordan, something like that.
Were you fighting with him?
No, I just told him like I did cuss, but I wasn't like fighting with him. I just said, you know, my daughter just fucking died. What the fuck is your problem? Worried about a phone? I'm not worried about the phone right now.
Detective Cato, do you remember talking with him?
No, not that name doesn't ring a bell.
Remember talking to anybody at the hospital?
Yes,
Policeman?
yes.
If a policeman said that you were fighting on the phone with somebody at the hospital, would that policeman be lying?
Like I said, I was cussing and I was being loud, but I mean, I wasn't fighting. I was just hysterical because I just lost my daughter.
And that was, you were using one of Jose's phones,
Yes,
and you're saying he had 2 or 3.
yes.
Didn't we hear testimony that she said they were fighting? From somebody that we heard on day one. They lost the meat in their sandwich.
So when you were at the hospital, you did talk to more than one police officer?
Yes.
And were they people in uniform or were they people in plain clothes?
2 were in uniform and then the detective came in plain clothes.
Do you remember any of their names, the detectives?
No.
Do you remember giving different statements, different descriptions of the facts to different officers?
I can't remember.
But you can remember 7 minutes from one place to the next.
I'm gonna object, argument today. Sustained.
Agreed, excuse me, sorry, I withdraw that. Now, you have, when you got out that night from the hospital after Mercedes died, what did you do?
I'm gonna object. Overruled.
Were you taken to the police station?
Yes.
By whom?
By the detective, I believe.
And you don't know which one?
No.
Were you in a plain car or a marked police car?
I'm gonna object to relevant. Overruled.
I can't remember. I think it was a police car
Where did you sit?
in the back.
Were you in handcuffs or anything?
No.
Were you under arrest?
No.
So when you got to the police station, what happened?
I gave them a statement.
You gave a statement.
Yes.
Was it a written statement or a verbal statement?
A verbal statement.
Verbal statement. Did anybody give you your rights not to talk or to have a lawyer? Did anybody tell you that?
No.
What did you do after you gave the statement?
They dropped me off at my dad's house.
Which dad are we talking about here?
My biological father.
Biological father. Okay, and you went to the police station another time.
Yes.
When?
I think it was February 11th.
Did you leave the police station that night?
No.
You stayed there all night?
Oh, well, they arrested me that night.
They did arrest you the same night?
February 11th.
February 11th. That was a nighttime appointment that you had with police?
I can't remember.
Can't remember? I'm sorry. Did you say you can't remember?
I said I can't remember.
You gave a different story on February 11th than you did the first night. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember what you said?
Somewhat, yeah.
I'm sorry?
Somewhat.
Thank you, DG.
What did you say?
Welcome to Team Koala and all of our shenanigans.
That'll be overruled.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm also gonna make a big.
That'll be overruled.
What did you say when you spoke to the police officers?
I told them that, well, I started from the beginning. I told them that, I told them how Mercedes and Jose, and
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said, I told them how Mercedes went with Jose for that one day, and I told them how she spent the night at his house. I told them that the next day, me and my godfather got into an argument, and I left, and I went with Jose. And that day, that's when I found out that Jose had pinched Mercedes in her inner thighs, and I told them that Jose was beating on Mercedes and pulling her hair.
Sustained.
When you were there on February 11th, why were you talking about Jose? Why weren't you talking about how Mercedes died?
Because that's how she died. Jose beat her to death.
Jose beat her to death. When? When did he beat her to death?
Those 2 or 3 weeks that we were living with him.
A week from what day?
What?
What day? A week from when did he beat her to death? She died February 7th.
So 3 weeks before that.
3 weeks before that, he beat her to death.
The abuse piled up and she ended up dying because he was beating on her.
When did she die?
February 7th.
But he beat her to death 3 weeks before that. Is that right?
What I'm saying is what he was doing to her caused her death.
Who told you that?
I did.
You did. Why didn't you turn him into the police?
I don't know, because I was in love with him.
In love with somebody who was hurting your children?
He's a guy,
Yes.
Gabrielle.
It's really all about you, isn't it?
No.
When did you stop loving him?
The day that I left his house,
What day was that?
I don't know.
Do you remember writing jail letters and writing to somebody? I don't know who, the state provides this to us, but in that letter,
I'm gonna object to hearsay and relevance.
All right, the objection to relevance will be sustained.
DG, if you have not figured out,
as I recall,
my chat
correct me if
speaks
I'm
very fluent sarcasm.
because I can be wrong. You said, as I understood it, that Jose hadn't seen the children for a full 2 days before she died.
Yep. Dang it. Stop.
Is that my mistake?
No, that's correct.
That's correct. So you definitely didn't see them that day before, or the day before that. Is that correct?
Dang it.
That's correct.
How did he beat her to death 3 weeks before?
She was already sick.
She was what?
She was already sick. She was feeling weak. Say a week after we had moved in with him.
A week after what?
We moved in with him. So sometime in January.
Why did you get in with him?
Because that was the place to go. He was my boyfriend and I trusted him.
Why?
Because I loved him.
Oh, that's a good reason. Because we're all wanting to know why, too. Especially when she came home with bruises on her thighs.
All these bad things you're saying about Jose, isn't it because that's to help you get probation?
No, that's not true. I don't expect probation. It's,
No, but you applied for it.
yes, I know, but I don't expect it
Why did you apply for it?
because I would want probation, but I don't expect probation
Why don't you expect it?
because it's reality. I know that I'm not innocent.
You're not innocent.
No.
The most truthful thing she has said this entire time.
Do you remember making the plea bargain before the judge on August 7th of last year?
Yes.
What happened in that plea?
I signed an agreement for a cap with 45 with a possibility of probation and a testimony.
If you give the testimony. And how many charges did you have before you made that plea?
I'm not sure.
There were a lot of them, weren't there?
Sustained.
Did the state drop a number of charges against you? Did you make that plea bargain?
I think so, yes.
No, I'm trying to find the indictment just a moment. What specifically did you plead guilty to?
Guilty by omission?
What does that mean?
I'm not sure.
You pled that you did something wrong, and as a result of that, you might be eligible for probation for a period of years maximum. What was the maximum period of years?
45.
45 years. And what did you say that you did to even have to look at 45 years in jail? What?
That I saw what was going on and I didn't report it.
That's all you did?
I think that's what my indictment looks like, yeah.
I'm sorry, I really didn't understand what you said.
I said that's what my indictment says, I believe.
I want to know what you pled guilty to, what you did wrong that you're looking at 45 years.
I'm gonna have to ask him.
That'll be
But-
sustained.
Yeah, and she probably did have to plead guilty to what the deal was, not just everything.
You know you're responsible for her death, don't you?
No,
Why?
because I didn't beat her.
You didn't beat her. But you're saying that Jose beat her to death 3 weeks earlier, and you continue to live with him, and you don't think you're responsible for her death?
That'll be overruled. You can answer it.
Yeah,
Yes, what?
yes, I don't think that I'm responsible.
You don't think you're responsible for her death?
I have fault, but I don't think that I killed her.
Why is that? You kept her with the man who beat her to death weeks before, but you didn't kill her?
She did.
Is there any other objection?
She just didn't classify it as beating.
Sustained.
She slapped her, hit her with a belt. And her daughter told about her slapping her and hitting her with a belt.
Please admit that you contributed to her death.
The metal part, the belt buckle.
Yes, witness.
So has no further questions.
All right.
Wow.
The rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone except for attorneys for the state or the defense, and of course your attorney. You may step down.
She's subject to call yarn by defense.
I bet she is,
You
but I
don't
don't.
wish to recall her? All right. Deputy Mejia,
Yes,
if you all make sure she's available tomorrow.
yes,
5.
It's my understanding
5
that the
years
state
old.
has one last witness. Are you all okay with taking up this one last witness? All right, state, call your next witness.
State calls Sylvia Castillo.
Okay.
If you take it, yes, come forward.
This is another detective?
If you raise your right hand, you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Sylvia Castillo
State.
Ms. Castillo, how are you presently employed?
with IC Solutions.
And what is IC Solutions?
We handle communication services for jails and prisons across the nation.
And what are your duties with IC Solutions?
Director of Client Services and also custodian of records for IC Solutions.
How long have you been with IC Solutions?
13 and a half years.
How do the jail calls work? How are they recorded?
Once the phone goes off hook, they
Uh-oh.
enter in the intake number and then they select a 4-digit passcode and then they're able to make a call after that.
Are those passcodes and numbers, are they connected to a specific inmate?
Yes, ma'am.
And are the calls recorded automatically?
Yes, ma'am. Unless it's a call to an attorney line that's previously been set up as privileged.
And how are they stored?
As soon as the phone goes off hook, they're stored in our system, Enforcer system.
And who has access to that system?
Only people who have credentials, so only people within IC Solutions and within the counties themselves if they have provided permission to give them access to it.
And how long are they stored for?
The duration of the contract, and then after that, they're put on a drive and given to the counties.
And were you asked to pull a jail call made by Jose Ruiz?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach?
Yes.
So, DG, we heard audio only. The jury saw video that Jose took on his phone of what he was doing to her, and she's crying. It's heartbreaking.
11, do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
I initialed and dated it.
And have you listened to this State's Exhibit 111 prior to testifying today?
Yes, I did.
Is this a jail call made by Jose Ruiz?
Yes, ma'am.
When was this recording made?
It was February 8th, 2022.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the recording that was recorded on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
I said DG.
At this time, State's for State's Exhibit 111.
Yes.
But DJ might have been on my mind because that attorney kept repeating herself.
Personal contact with the inmates at the Bexar County Jail?
No,
Yep.
I don't.
You don't know Jose Ruiz, do you?
Personally, no, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to him before?
No, ma'am.
Do you know whose voices these are on this?
No, everything is based on our system, so it's based on the intake number and then the passcode that he
But
selected.
you are aware that inmates buy each other's codes for calls, don't you? You know that sometimes they give each other their intake number or whatever it is so they can use that for calls. correct?
Yes, I'm sure that's happened.
I have checked, I don't know if there's any foundation related to this evidence.
State.
Judge, she's already testified that it was the day after the alleged incident and it happened I mean, very quickly. He had not been in custody for very long.
She hasn't testified to that.
Well, she testified to the date, and other
Yes.
testimony does correlate it to the time period. And
That disc needs to be attributed to Mr. Ruiz. So how is that disc connected to Mr. Ruiz?
she testified that it was connected to him by the inmate number.
Is he the only Mr. Ruiz who was in custody on that day
I mean, she
at the jail?
she did testify specifically to Jose Ruiz.
Was he the only Jose Ruiz who was at the jail on that day?
I do not know the answer to that.
Then how do we know what that disc purports to be?
And how do you know this is the Jose Ruiz that is involved in this trial?
Everything's based on the intake ID. So the intake number that he entered when making the phone call. And then of course the passcode, they have to have a PIN number to make phone calls.
Do they have to state their name as part of the recording to get access to make that phone call?
Yes,
And is that something that each individual person is recorded with their own voice and it has to be approved and tied to that person when they make that phone call?
yes.
And was that done in this case?
In this instance, it was made in the JIAC Center, so the Justice Intake Center. It's not a two-factor verification at this point. It's intake number plus the passcode that they select. The voice verification doesn't kick in until they're actually booked into the Bexar County Jail, where then there's a two-factor authentication.
Okay, and so this was not even at the jail, it was at a separate facility.
This is at the Bexar County Jail, but in a JIAC Center associated at the Bexar County Jail. And we do process those phone calls as well.
Can you tell what time the call was made?
Yes. The phone went off hook at 10:26 a.m. and the start time of the phone call was at 10:27 a.m.
I'm sorry, what was the date again?
February 8th, 2022.
Judge, at this point, I would reoffer, and I'm going to argue that the business record has been made, and any other evidence about any possible other inmates goes to Wake County Disability.
No, the issue is not whether that's a business record or not. The issue is whether or not that specific disc can be tied to the person who's sitting here.
And my argument is it goes to Wake County Disability, and she testified it was tied to his number, and the jury can compare his voice to the voice they heard on the inmate statements.
That's not correct, Judge. They can't tie it to him. The foundation hasn't been laid. It's irrelevant right now.
The foundation has not been laid.
Wow, she got one.
Inmates get assessed a PIN number.
A PIN number when they're booked in, an intake number. Yes, once they make a phone call, they're asked to select a 4-digit passcode. That PIN number consists
I
of,
would object. Asked and answered. I mean, as to the core information that's necessary here, she's already told us she doesn't know. I mean, whatever it is that she's gonna say, she doesn't know Jose Ruiz, she doesn't know the voices on her phone. She cannot identify them. There's no identification between that disc and this man. So I object. You can ask 100 more questions. It's not going to change the fact that foundation's not laid, and I object to its admission.
All right, that objection will be overruled, but you need to lay the foundation.
I'll pass the witness.
Object. Foundation hasn't laid.
Are you laying the foundation with this witness?
I have not reoffered the exhibit. I'm passing the witness.
The exhibit is not being offered.
Okay. No questions, Your Honor.
Any further questions?
Not concerned.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you're not allowed.
Sorry to waste your time.
Speak with anyone about this case. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of the defense. You may step down. Okay. All right, state, call your next witness.
State calls Katrina Mendoza.
Katrina.
Oh, I thought she meant like one more.
Took it downstairs.
All right, can you have her brought back up?
And Judge, we would ask for 3 minutes to let her listen to the call to be able to identify his voice. May I confirm her voice?
Sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you all step back in the jury room.
All rise.
Oh my. I thought we were almost done. I owe you a shout out. I already gave Gabby hers. YouTube was supposed to tell me, and they didn't, but Gabby asked me. You have been a member for 1 month now. That's why your star changed. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. DG, I don't know if you're still here or not. Did you watch, if you are, did you watch the Ad Montgomery trial? Well, you won't remember us, so how will we know? If you're going to feign memory loss. Okay, well, so the whole tooth and nothing but the tooth came from that trial because there was a guy there, and was his name Capone, or did we just start calling him Tooth Capone? He was a witness there. He didn't like the defense at all, and he, I think, is probably in his former life or present life, I don't know, a dealer of illegal substances. And he stared down that defense attorney like in a look I would never want to see. So Gabby started calling him Tooth Capone, and then it just, oh, and then he said he was telling the truth instead of the truth. So he became Tooth Capone. So that's why we always say, did you tell the whole tooth and nothing but the tooth? I'm trying to think what else came from there. Lollipop came from that trial too. There's a lot that has happened in that trial. So if you ever see a lollipop, that's somebody calling the lawyer a lollipop because there was a Jolly Green Giant, because this guy was huge and he was so tall. And then like the defense attorneys looked so tiny compared to him. And so Gabby is she comes up with the nicknames for people. She started calling the defense the Lollipop Guild, like from The Wizard of Oz. And then we just shortened it to Lollipop because she was just getting on her nerves. She's not a good defense attorney, although there was not much defense in that trial. It's another 5-year-old unalived by her dad. I'm trying to think of all the, and then Gabby, I think you're, let's see, we got Shut Up Meg from Family Guy. We got Rambo from, because he's Rambo. Because in case somebody's going to go Rambo on somebody. Trying to think what's Peter Pan is a joke between my son and my daughter. I don't even know what it is. I just know my son said something when he was with my daughter about move Peter Pan or something, and it's just a thing. And my daughter said it in the last trial that we did, and it just stuck. And we got Hamp because my husband did not. He thought going ham was going Hamp, and it's the very shortened version of it. He said that to me one day, and I was like, "What did you just say?" He's like, "I'm going to go Hamp." And I'm like, "You mean?" I said, "What do you think that means?" And he said, "Hard as a mother effer." I'm like, "That's ham." So it's Hamp in our family, always and forever. And I told these guys this story, so now it's that. If you ever see that, that's here. Oh, yes. Then we have Ping from our Southern trial down in, where was that? Georgia? Another great parenting couple, 14-day-old baby this time that was passed away because I can't say the M word. But it was just their sweet accents, and the judge just really it it just becomes a thing. Koalas are because Hamilton made koalas the unofficial official mascot of this channel, because Hamilton was always coming in and saying sweet koalas or holy koalas, or so. I'm trying to think, did I get them all? Oh, Shonda is definitely the maniacal Dorothy. She needs another tornado. But we do have a lot of fun here. We do get very serious when it's time to get serious. Uh, uh, the hopscotch. I don't want to. Nope, I'm not doing a hopscotch one because I don't want to have to explain that one. It was funny at the time, but it won't sound funny anymore if I have to explain it, because I still laugh at that. Oh, and Gabby, you'll just see a message every once in a while, like you just probably did. It's because Gabby has her talk to text on, and we just get random messages. One time we just got, "Hey, get the F out of my trash." And we were like, what is she talking about? Trying to figure out who was in the courtroom trash. It was just Abby. That's the second time I've done that today, Gabby. I must need to call my nephew's wife because her name is Abby. And that's weird for me to do that. Oh, Gabby, when you're driving, those are the best. Oh, and she's also, I don't know where you're at, DG, but Gabby's in Boston, so that's why she's our New Englander. Yes, and Squirrel Jesus also came from Gabby. Okay, well, Gabby, my husband just sent me a random text message that said steak salad. So I don't know. Oh, Florida. Let's see. Hamilton's somewhere in Florida. Stormy's not here, but she's in Florida. Is that all? Is that all of you Florida people? Oh, here we go. Where'd my cursor go? There it is. I know when I'm always losing my cursor. Chrissy's in Southern California. I'm in Indiana.
Please be seated.
Roseanne's in Pennsylvania.
All right, state you're recalling a witness.
Yes, Judge, we're recalling Katrina Mendoza.
All right, you're still under oath. State
I didn't see that you already put that,
Thank you.
Roseanne.
Katrina,
Oh, yeah, we did have it from Germany and the UK.
you just listened to a jail call that was contained on State Exhibit 111.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize the voices that you heard in State Exhibit 111?
Yes, ma'am.
Whose voices did you hear?
Jose's and Che.
Jose who?
Jose Reese.
How do you know that that's Jose's voice?
It sounds like him.
I'm sure she knows what he sounds
What
like.
are his brothers' names?
Rocco and Ruben.
Are they also discussed on this phone call?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Jose Reese's voice?
Yes.
State would offer into evidence State Exhibit 111.
They really want this phone call in.
All right, that will be overruled. State's Exhibit 111 is admitted.
Can I publish to the jury?
Yes.
Oh, and DG, one more thing. All these cases, except for this one so far, involve Burger King.
Call number 219786140. Inmate ID 216410. Date 2022 2/8. Time 102-645. Dial number 121076093.
I don't know who he was calling, but
Termination 28111. Press 1 for English. Katrina Mendoza. Please enter your PIN number. To report any type of sexual abuse or sexual harassment for calls within the United States, Canada, and the Caribbean, please. Hello, you have a free call from a resident. This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time. Thank you for using IC Solutions. You may begin speaking.
Hey, gotta go call the lawyer. I call my lawyer now, they can call me back. We're calling back on Zarda. No, you did, right? You didn't cut 1%. What did they say was? That they're gonna call us back, the lawyer said. Correct. Nah, yeah, cause they gave you information, bro, and they're gonna call us back. We were calling everybody, bro. They just start autopsy from the back, nigga, I'm in jail. They can get you out of there. Alright, bro. Alright, bro. We getting, I know someone calling lawyers, bro. It's fuck the lawyer. What is the lawyer manager? No, I'm gonna get you on fast with the dog on.
Ms. Mendoza, when you entered your guilty plea, the indictment against you, there was an indictment paragraph A that said on or about the 7th day of February 2022, Katrina Mendoza, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause serious bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by forcing a utensil into the mouth of Mercedes Losoya and by manner and means unknown to the grand jury. Was that true?
I'm gonna object to asked and answered, reading from items not in evidence and relevance.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
What was the question?
I'll read it again. On the 7th day of February 2022, Katrina Mendoza, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause serious bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by forcing a utensil into the mouth of Mercedes Losoya, and by manner and means unknown to the grand jury. True. What did you say?
I'm not getting your question.
You didn't hear what I said?
I heard what you said, but I don't know what you're asking me.
Was it true?
No.
You said yes a minute ago.
I thought you were asking me if that's the plea that I took.
I asked you the first time, you said it was true. And then you said you don't understand. And then you said it was no. What did you say?
Well, you confused me.
I'm sorry?
You confused me.
I'm confusing you? Want me to read it again?
No.
So which is it, yes or no? True.
No.
It's not true. So the state made this up and you were gonna fight it, is that right?
No.
Where would the state get that information?
I'm gonna object to speculation.
Sustained.
So the one that you pled to was the same count, but it said on the 7th day of February 2022, Katrina Rose Mendoza, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly, by omission, cause serious bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, and the defendant had a legal duty to act and failed to do so, in that the defendant failed to seek adequate medical treatment for Mercedes Losoya. Was that true or not true?
That was true.
It was true. It is true.
It is true.
And how did you do that? By failing to get seek medical attention? How did you fail to do that?
I didn't report what was going on.
You didn't report what was going on when?
The 3 weeks that we were living with Jose Ruiz.
What did you say?
The 3 weeks we were living with Jose Ruiz.
Which time? Was it when he beat her to death 3 weeks before February 7th or what?
I'm gonna object to argumentative.
Sustained.
The next count is count 2, and it says on or about the 29th day of January 2022, Katrina Mendoza, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did use and exhibit a deadly weapon, namely hands, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and defendant did intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by holding Mercedes Losoya underwater with the hands of the defendant. Was that true?
No.
Why did the state claim that?
I'm gonna object calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you ever hold Mercedes Losoya underwater?
No.
Never.
No.
Count 3, on or about the first day of February 2022, Katrina Mendoza, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by pulling the hair of Mercedes Losoya with the hands of the defendant. Was that true?
Yes.
We did pull her hair.
Yes.
When?
Within those 3 weeks. Within those 3 weeks.
Well, this was specifically the first day of February.
All right, ask your next question.
Then there was count 4, on or about the second day of February 2022, Katrina Mendoza, herein referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Mercedes Losoya with the foot of the defendant. Was that true?
No.
Count 5, on or about the 5th day of February, 2 days before she died, Katrina Mendoza, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Mercedes with the hands of the defendant. Was that true?
Yes.
How did you strike her?
I spanked her on her butt.
And you thought that was a crime? And this?
Objection calls for speculation relevant.
Sustained.
So you did plead guilty that you omission by taking her for medical treatment.
Yes.
Yes. And that is true.
Yes.
So, and you're not expecting to get probation because you're testifying against Jose?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Are you expecting to get 45 years in jail?
Objection relevant and asked and answered.
Sustained.
What do you expect to get in terms of your testimony against Jose?
Objection relevant.
Overruled.
I'm not sure.
You expect to get something, don't you?
Of course, but I'm not the judge.
You're not what?
I'm not the judge.
And it's this judge who will decide, right?
Yes.
Do you think she's satisfied with what you've done?
Objection calls for stipulation.
Sustained.
What do you expect the judge to do for you because of your testimony?
Objection, asked and answered, irrelevant.
Sustained.
You did make a deal, didn't you?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
DG, they pulled her hair out. She was missing hair.
You've been sentenced yet.
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
No.
When will you be sentenced?
When will I be sentenced?
Yes.
I'm not sure. Whenever this is done.
Ask the witness.
State has no further questions.
All right, you may step down. The rule has been invoked. That means you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone except for attorneys for the state or the defense, and of course, your attorney. You may step down.
Still subject to recall you on that.
All right. Deputies, if you make sure that she's available for tomorrow.
Yes,
Mr. McCray, they'll have her here tomorrow. All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you are not allowed to start deliberating individually or amongst yourselves. You're not allowed to talk about anything that you've heard in this case or discuss it with anyone. You're not allowed to view anything. You're not allowed to do any investigation. Everything that you need to know is to come from inside the courtroom. Does everyone understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll be back off the record. We're going to start tomorrow at 9 a.m. Because it's Friday, no jurors are called up unless the judge specifically called for jurors. So there should be plenty of parking spaces available for you. And on a good note, it's 5:30, so you will have missed the rush hour traffic out of the garage. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.
I was really hoping they were going to say how much longer the state has. I would figure they got to be close to, they got to be done. They got to be close to being done. Because I thought when that lady from the jail came on, they said they had one last witness. I didn't know if that, and then I was like, is that one last witness for the day? And they had to call her back so they could get that phone call in, which I couldn't understand a word. Sorry. my dogs are, I think I'm being paged. Oh, we're all ready, Gabby. It's over. All right. Stop spinning. Give me a sec. I really I want to know if hang on 1 second. Let me check something so I can kind of know the schedule. I don't know who that is. All right, so it looks like It looks like today was really short. There's only one witness. Let's see who she is. Oh. All right, we're not going to do this witness today because it is I was reading Gabby's text. It's the medical examiner. That's going to be a rough one. So we won't do that today. So you guys let me know. I can. Gabby, my dogs are like getting really impatient because I've been up here since 10:30 this morning. So I can do it tomorrow if that's going to work for you guys. The whole day is less than 3 hours, and it looks like there's a pretty good break in there. So if her testimony was like 15 minutes, I would do it. But I got to go. I got to go make sure that I have a house still standing downstairs. I told you my youngest Dane eats the wall. So we'll do. So DG, normally I stream on Monday, Wednesday, Fridays at 10:30 a.m. Eastern. If I'm doing a live trial, I will go on the weekends so I can be caught up by Monday. So, but I'm home alone tonight, so we got done this afternoon. So I asked them, like, if you guys want to keep going, I don't have anything to do, so let's keep going. And so that's what we did. Hamilton, my dogs are running free. They're just running downstairs and I can't see what they're doing. And the only other option is for me to let them up here and then they'll be super annoying because I'd have to let them in here with me. And they're too loud. Once I get moved to my new space where I don't know when that's going to be, but we're working on it, that's going to have carpet so their nails don't click. Okay. So we can do this tomorrow. Yeah. I did not use child labor laws against you. Yes, lots of OT today. I went downstairs and turned the lights on because I knew it was going to be dark when I got done, and I don't like walking into a dark house because I'm such a chicken. Even though I've got like 500 pounds of dog downstairs, I'm like, no, somebody might get me. Oh, I can't even run my computer anymore. And you guys, yeah, me too, Chrissy. Good point. We did the Tucker interview Tuesday, and that went a while. I've done a lot. So I was gonna say I wish I could stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but if I can stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays, that means something bad has happened, and not ready for that one yet with my dad. So I still will go spend Tuesdays and Thursdays with my dad. Thank you, Gabby. I love you guys too. So did you see my interview with him on Tuesday? He's a talker. I knew he would be. I wasn't worried. I still have a ton of questions I would like to ask, but I wanted them to be able to tell their story out there and just say whatever they wanted to say. And so we'll see. I emailed them, thanked them for coming on. I know they're super busy right now getting ready for a trial because that's super busy, but we will just hope for the best in that one. And oh, thanks. I think I commented back because it didn't come in under that name. It came unknown. Like Gabby's name never comes in under Gabby when you comment. Did you notice that, Gabby? You guys come in as a bunch of letters. Letters and numbers. Some of you, I think Chrissy, I think you show up. But others don't. You guys don't show up. Yeah, yeah. It's in my mind. Uh, yes. And yes. I think he's just got a lot to say right now. I really, really do. Because, okay. Well, now I have to see you guys. But you guys know how I am about checking comments because I try to sneak up on. I actually sometimes I'll be like, Carmen, go check and see if I have any mean comments. I'm such a baby. I know I am. I'm not too proud to admit it. And I generally don't, but I did, once or twice, 3 times. Okay, so let's plan on 10:30 tomorrow morning, then we'll knock this one out real quick. And then that should, well, hang on a second. Let me think here. Because I'm not reading off cards anymore. I'm not, but I thought you might think I was at the beginning of the first stream today because I had to get something off an envelope. So I was holding it up, trying to get the information I needed off of it. I was like, they're going to think I'm in here reading off a card again. Okay, no, I'm not streaming tomorrow because I don't think let me check real quick. I don't think that she doesn't typically start until 11. So I would rather not have, I'd rather be able to fast forward through the breaks. But let me check. Hang on. Okay, so today was definitely okay. 3:18, 10 a.m. I think we'll be okay just to go Monday. I think we'll be okay to go Monday. Whoop. Thank you, DG. I'm trying. I'm learning. Wait. Ew. Somebody's marrying Paul. Ew. And that's why I didn't worry. I don't worry about anything. I know you guys have my back. But if you guys saw me going to scroll through comments when I'm just curious, I mean, I literally scroll so slow, like it's going to change what it says. And I try to sneak up on it. So I'm not doing tomorrow. We'll do this. We'll just, if we have to make Monday a marathon day, it'll be a marathon day. I don't think it's going to have to be. If the state rested today after the medical examiner, I don't even know that they're going to put on a defense on. I just don't know that the defense is going to put on any witnesses. So yeah, then if they finish Monday, then we should be able to jump back over to Haley, the one we started last week on Monday, on Wednesday and Friday, and finish that up too. Oh, DG. I said DJ. I had Tucker in my mind. Yeah. Paul is disgusting. I think every trial I have, nope, that's not true. I was gonna say, I think every trial I've almost covered has been about parents and doing bad things to their kids. So Paul and his mother, Shonda, went on trial last December because they tortured and starved Paul's brother, Shonda's son, Timothy, to death. He was 15 years old. He weighed 69 pounds at the time of his death. They fed him hot sauce on bread when they did feed him. And we are talking extreme hot sauce, not Frank's or Tabasco or anything like that. The state had his investigator read the back of the bottle, and it was horrible. He was sleep deprived. He was sleep deprived. She put him in cold baths for hours. Cameras everywhere on the house. All the food was locked up. But it was just him that wasn't allowed to eat. The younger brother could eat. The older brother could eat. She ate. She trained Great Danes, which just irritated the crap out of me because that's what I own, and she didn't deserve a love of a Great Dane. It's awful. So she was sentenced to life in February. We broke from Tucker's first trial to go to her sentencing. And then he was sentenced, was it last month? February? She was sentenced. When was he sentenced? I don't know. He was sentenced here not too long ago. Or she was sentenced January. He was sentenced February. Do I have that? It doesn't matter. Anyway, they're scum. He thought he was going to fool the judge. I mean, he fooled us. He fooled me, making us think that he had autism. And he thought he was going to fool the judge into thinking that. And the judge was going to give him probation because he was charged with first-degree child abuse, and that could be probation to life. And the judge sentenced him to 30 to 100 years, and the look on his face was priceless. 226. Okay. So I think his was a month after hers. I think hers was January 29th. He was 226 because they were both scheduled on the same day, I remember. I knew one of them was going to have to be moved. But that trial was so bad. Yeah. Oh, I mean, look at Manson. And if Ted Bundy was still alive, he'd have all kinds of women fawning over him. I agree. I was there until everybody was posting in the comments about how gross he is. I was like, oh, never mind. I don't even want to go look. Oh yeah, he is done. He died. And when he died, so the judge never showed any pictures of him alive or deceased in that state because he said he wanted to be respectful of Timothy. So we never saw him, but we heard the audio, just like in this trial, of his last moments of life because his mom comes and gets him out of the ice bath that he's been sitting in there for, it's hours. And she's dragging him down the hallway. He's dying. She had earlier told her son, Paul, to hold a pizza roll in front of him. And if he tried to bite it, to take a bite, to pull it away. And she's dragging him down the hallway to go put him in his closet, which is just a tarp with a camera in it. And she's telling him how pathetic he is and just this horrible things. Actually, we didn't hear that audio. They were telling us about it. The audio we heard was when she found him the next morning. And she's covering her tracks right away. She's getting clothes on him so that he looks bigger. The thing she forgot though was the cameras. You know, Paul's saying we need to call 911. She's not, she's putting it off. And then of course when they come, well, he's been on a hunger strike. It just, her story was so stupid. And the sad thing is, she's really, really smart. She had just finished law school, graduated, top 2 of her class or something, she worked in that courthouse at one point in time. So she's clerking for judges and she doesn't ask for help. That's what just floored me. It's like, you don't ask for help. You're right there. You're around all the help you could ever want, and you don't ask for help. She tried to blame Paul. That, which at the time disgusted me. It still does disgust me because they were both guilty, and they both were found guilty. And Zav probably has better information. You guys know how I feel about my Shonda trial. I do. I think he's innocent. I mean, obviously, you know, we made the journey through the trial, but once they got to the DNA and they didn't have it, I was like, they don't have anything. What are we looking at here? I think Travis looked scared to death the whole time he was on the stand because he knows the state can just rip his plea deal away from him at any point in time, and probably will. But what do you think? I think I hope he can prove it. I hope, because you may have like my channel, and I know there's some others sitting in here going, no, he's innocent, he's innocent, he's innocent. But then if you go look at Law and Crime or Court TV, they're all, he's guilty, he's guilty, he's guilty. And we're looking at the exact same evidence. I'm getting blurry, or my eyes are blurring up, and coming up with 2 different answers. I don't even know if I don't know. No, Hamilton, he's not getting a lawyer. He has lawyer. He's representing himself again. I was thinking, and I didn't think of it at the time, but because I know he had laptop or an iPad or something, because there's video of him in the park that's on his page, his YouTube page. But there's any cell phone. I assume he had a cell phone at that time, and I didn't think about it to ask him, because there's nothing, you know, they always use the cell phones in these trials of, well, you weren't home. I mean, if your cell phone's not moving, you're either dead or sleeping. If your cell phone's moving, you did it or were probably on your way to do it. Or if your cell phone's not moving, you either dead or did it. If it's moving, then you probably still did it. Yes. But Paul is hard to get around because she never said it was him. Even when they tried to get her to say it was him, she never said it was him. And I know that they want to throw, like, they paid her off, but what was she going to do with that money? She was dying. She's been sick for a really, really long time. And I just don't think that, I don't think that it could have. I just don't think that they have the evidence on him. But trust me, I have watched trials where the guy said I was home sleeping and he didn't answer his phone for an hour and a half. And they say, nope, that's when you went and did the crime. And he's like, I don't even know this person. And they don't have this guy anywhere in the neighborhood of the person he's accused of unaliving. And it's like the jury found him guilty somehow, I don't know. And you know what? At the end of the day, that's all we can go by. If it's not presented in court, it doesn't exist. And even if we know it does exist, but you guys know what I mean, because we are the jury, we're looking at it as a jury, we get to only hear what they give us because we're not supposed to know anything outside of it. And I can tell you, I didn't know anything about this trial when it started. I had no idea. Sorry, I'm messing up. It was my first trial after Shonda, and all these people, I told the story to Tucker the other night. It's like, all these people here were new to me, and I didn't know if they were friend or foe. And I was scared. I was so scared. But I wasn't reading off a note card anymore. I know, Roseanne, that's just where you and I disagree. I know that's why we have appeals. They're so expensive and they can take so long, and you're spending all that time in jail. And even if they overturn your conviction, does not mean you get out of prison. They still will keep you in there until they retry you or whatever. So it's just not that simple. And I would just rather people just didn't go to prison if they can't prove it, and especially if they didn't do it. Not saying you wish they would go to prison. I'm not saying that about you, Roseanne. Oh, Mr. Mansfield. And he pulled some stuff at the end. Like, yeah, at least. And that's if they even look at it. And to get an appeals court to overturn a jury verdict is super hard. Yes, it is. I just wouldn't want that to be my other chance. Not necessarily. I don't know that that's. Yeah, it's rare. Hamilton, I don't know. I'm not an attorney. Because in that Bell trial, that hers got to an appellate court and heard and overturned really fast. But oops, Hamilton, did I put a message up that you took down? Sorry. I don't remember reading through that there was any new evidence presented at that one. I don't know why okay, sorry. I don't know why if you redact it, I can still see it. If YouTube says no, I can't see it. Or retract it, sorry. Oh, no. No. Nope. She's going to appeal and appeal and appeal, and she's going to run out of appeals. And I will never, ever, ever, ever trust the justice system again if they overturn her conviction. The prosecutor was clean. Her attorney did the best he could. Yeah. Yes, but he did a good job for not even being prepared really for the first trial. Especially with Mansfield being a former judge, and he beat him. He beat a judge and a prosecutor. So I think if he can come in and be prepared and just hammer it home, I think he'll be good. I hope. I do think he learned a lot. I just hope like I've said to you guys, I hope there's just no surprise evidence. I've seen that happen too. Okay. My dogs are either gone to sleep or ran away. Yes, and he needs to stay calm. He just has a really he has a very strong personality. So I keep saying I'm going to leave, but I'm not leaving. Is I couldn't remember the number. I thought that's what it was. Um, I am the same, but I would have taken the plea deal, which I told them that the other night. And I'm not a fan of plea deals, but and actually I will retract that a little. I'll take that back a little bit because I'm not in his shoes and I never have been in his shoes. So I don't really know what I would do. Um, but most likely because I would have taken the deal for my own reasons. But yeah, it's scary, but it's scary either way. You get a bad attorney and he's probably better off on his own. So I don't know. Were you the one that said to get Jose Baez, DG? Because whoever commented that on his page, I was like, oh my gosh, I was just thinking that this morning. Like, that's who you need. He would absolutely clean Mansfield's clock with the lack of evidence that man has. And then because Tucker's like, what's the price tag? And I was like, your freedom. Your price tag is your freedom. But I didn't think about that then, thinking about it now. I hope Todd O'Quinn will be good. I hope he's there. I hope he stays in the country. Because, yeah. I don't want to see Mansfield in tights. Okay, so yeah, I commented back on that DG. He's a good attorney. Like I said, he would do well. Absolutely. And he'd probably want it for the publicity too. Oh yes, Mansfield is a jerk. Okay, guys, I'm really going. Really, really, really. For reals. I will see you guys. I will plan on seeing you guys Monday at, yes, Corey, I kept calling her Karen. Corey something with an R. Yes. I will see you guys Monday morning at 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. Unless something weird happens at the end of, I think we're going to be good because that way we can just fast forward through all the breaks. That's my plan. I'm sticking to it. Sorry, Gabby, to let you down. All right, you guys have a great night. And thank you for hanging out with me all day for like 11 hours. Thank you very, very much. So enjoy your weekend. Do something fun. Stay safe. Chrissy, get to feeling better. None of the rest of you get sick. And I will. Sorry, I can't read your guys'. All right, I'm going. I will see you guys on Monday. Have a good weekend.